everyone. I'm just going to lower the volume on the music real quick. Welcome to part 2 of our stream that we didn't intend to have a part 2 for. We're going to be continuing our top 25 most wanted Smash characters, and I will be moving everyone in now.
In literature, mythology,
Hello.
Stuff like that.
Hi.
Hello.
Yo, literature and mythology?
Yeah, two things I don't know how to spell.
So true.
I think there's a Q in one of them.
It would be like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but not bad.
You're not wrong.
I mean, isn't that already like codename Steam, basically?
Testing. Does
Kinda.
anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I can't hear you.
Loud and clear.
I can hear you,
Oh,
but do I
not-
understand
thank
you?
you.
Not. It's not
Thank
too
you.
loud, is it? I'm not getting anything. Nothing sounds particularly bad. I'm still using
Nothing
an unconventional
sounds
microphone
bad.
setup.
I'm gonna turn you a little bit down because you're louder than everyone else. Don't change anything on your
Yeah, I
end.
suppose my microphone is closer to me than I usually have it.
That's fine.
Are we
Um,
live, by the way?
Yep.
Whoops.
Ah,
well,
sweet, we're live.
thank you, Omega
Thank you.
J12.
Yes.
Too
I'm-
bad that you didn't type anything.
I'm gonna put
Whoops.
my screen up. Join the Discord screen share.
Yeah,
Del-
sure. Just send whatever your message is. I'm looking at the chat.
No, John.
$4.99 US.
Donate again.
I think it's been about
Don't do
2 years
this.
since I've tried to peer pressure you into playing a Mana series title. You still haven't done that, right?
Just to remove
Uh-huh.
a Metroid from your roster, Huff.
All right. So, first thing we need to go over before we continue is
Bella! $1.99.
so true, so true.
Yeah, keep it in your
true.
pants, buddy.
So last time, we had a little discussion about our Toad icons, and Snazzy requested that we change it to Toadsworth for his. So here we go. Here we have the Toadsworth icon, with the Echo
Yes,
Fighter
much
Mushroom Genie.
Oh, is the Mushroom Genie? Is he not too big? Is he not too big for a Toadsworth?
I mean, it's
He
not
probably
an exact
is, but
match,
it's funny.
but it's
Have the
you know,
Chancellor from Super Mario
I
RPG.
would.
I said
would
we
like
could do
them-
that.
I would like them to size up Toadsworth to the Mushroom Genie instead of the other way around.
I see.
Super buff, large Toadsworth.
This is what happened. He died and he's a ghost now. And that's how you can justify him not having any legs. Like the Mushroom Genie. Does the Mushroom Genie have legs? He doesn't have legs, right?
No.
I'm not just making
No.
that up.
No,
Mhm.
no legs.
No legs. Just like Toadsworth could be.
I mean, we could amputate.
No.
So anyway.
Ugh,
What? Nobody wants to get on the amputation train?
no. Let's
We're good.
let's stop. Let's stop. Stop. This
All right,
discussion
let's-
right
Just
here.
gonna do
Okay,
another
Smash
everyone
Brothers.
tag.
So,
and
Hey, welcome
so,
back, guys. We're here
what-
for our top 25 most wanted Smash characters.
Oh yeah, we
Snazzy,
forgot to introduce this. We should probably
Yeah.
say who everybody's name
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Introduce
so-
ourselves.
That's my dog. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
yeah, let's Slink do it.
Okay, so there are 6 of us here. We got Huff, me, Nantanjex, Creeks, and Snazzy as usual, and guest Delzethin. We are going to be going over our top 25 most wanted Smash characters, and we all kind of picked them with different criteria, but we got some stuff to talk about. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Last time we went over 4 hours, and I did not see that coming.
And we only made it halfway.
We only made it halfway.
Yeah, I did not expect it to go that long.
I 100% did. I said at the start.
I had
was
a
like, this is
feeling
gonna
it
go on
might.
for ages.
Right. So it might be another 4 hours, and we have once again not actually started yet.
Yes.
So,
If you didn't see part 1, the link to it is in the description.
if you didn't see part 1,
and-
we're gonna go over it again in
Yeah,
real time right
Let's
now.
we'll just put the recording in the corner over there. No.
Play
Sorry.
both.
You need Subway
25
Surfers too to keep them.
Mario.
All right. So Huff, let's start with your next character.
I'm gonna
who
be
is-
honest. I don't remember who this is. I don't know how to lead into this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Yuka.
This,
Is that her name?
really?
Technically,
Technically.
yeah. If I remember correctly, that's her name referred to in some press material. But Yuka, I think, translates to like. I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember what it translates to. It's
Yeah,
been a
beat-
while since I picked her.
Yeah, it's Yuka in Nintendo Badge Arcade.
Yeah, that's how I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just girl and miss and everything else. So okay.
And yuca is also the name of a starchy vegetable that people use, especially in Latin cooking. So I approve.
Thanks, Patty. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Spazzy. Very cool.
This kind of folds back into what we said last time about Rhythm Heaven.
I think
Oh.
Rhythm Heaven has like a lot of viable options. I just went with this one because I think it's one of the more feasible ones. I get the idea behind Karate Joe. It's just as lame as it is, he does have a lot of overlap design and fundamentally wise with like Ryu and Ken.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
people will be like, "Oh, it's just another fighting game character," when this is a rhythm character.
Yeah, that's my problem with Karate Joe. Like, he's just a bit too. I feel like whichever Rhythm Heaven character you need to pick for, needs to like represent the whole series, and like
I like the monkeys.
needs to be
a
able
lot.
to like have the sort of summon. Like the monkeys are a good shout. That's why I think
Yeah.
Matthew or whatever his name was from the third game worked so well.
I think
Marshall.
his name was
Marshall.
Marshall in North America.
Yeah, I think it's Matthew in the UK, so that's what I'm used to knowing him as.
Yeah.
Where's Wally's situation?
It is.
Honestly, this character could have been like 4 or 5 different Rhythm Heaven characters. I went with Yuka because I think her design's more interesting and they tend to use her more in promotional material.
hmm
So I think it's just one of the better choices. And if you're going with the rhythm dancer route, you could do that, or you could lean into like the summon aspect of being like, oh yeah, forward smash summons the bird from the bird minigame, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wonder why you said that particularly.
I wonder.
I do want to point out that any super chats that we get are not going to charity; they're going to our own greedy pockets. But they're still equally as appreciated.
I mean, as you said, it's the charity stream is done, but we appreciate it.
Yes.
We still appreciate any money you throw our way.
So,
I like to be transparent.
so I've seen a handful of movesets for different Rhythm Heaven characters, and they all seem to have their own slightly different take on how to incorporate the rhythm-based gameplay of their series into the moveset. Do you have any ideas for how you would do this?
I would lean a bit more into like the actual just rhythm and dance aspect that she tends to have in her minigames and promotional material. And then like for stronger attacks like smash attacks or maybe special moves, that's where you pull in the other Rhythm Heaven elements.
So you lean more toward using it as a thematic angle more than a mechanics one.
Yeah, I tend to lean toward more on the I'm trying to think of like a good comparison, but you know, like that idea that people come up with Geno, where it's like you tap the button at the right time, you get the thing, and it boosts it.
Action
Something
time.
similar to that.
Quick time,
Yeah.
sort
Yeah,
of.
like-
Quick time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess in
Time-based
fighting game terms, it'd be more of a just frame input.
Yeah.
Like if you press the second input with precise timing, it gets stronger.
Yeah, I would lean that way because I think that translates better to a platform fighter than the other options. And I like the rhythm
that's valid.
aspect that people go for and trying to have it line up with the song. It's just
Oh, that's just impractical because
that's
because
conceptually cool,
right
but it
because
does not work.
right because Smash's soundtracks have so much variance in tempo.
Dude,
Yeah,
always dude, if you're fighting her, take her to Final Destination Gamer with no music. Instant win.
Let's see you figure out your rhythm now.
Hey, you just got to do Pikmin environmental noises.
Also,
I finally found a use for that freaking thing.
Need to add,
I'm just
it'll be
pulling this out
accurate,
because I saw
strong, man.
somebody in the chat say it. Yeah, somebody brought up the bunny from the Badge Arcade game. I considered it. I did consider it. I am that weirdo.
I do think
I
the current implementation of the Badge Arcade Bunny is like perfect as is.
It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
It's
I
really
have an
funny.
assist rope.
I definitely had Bunny on my not on my list now, but on like a previous Smash Wanted list because I quite liked him during the 3DS era.
Yeah,
I thought he
I
was a
like
pretty fun
him.
one.
He's funny.
Yes, and like I know I saw it in reference to using his actual name. I know people like say his name still is Baito, which is just part-timer in Japanese. But technically in Smash Brothers, his name tag reads A Bunny. So
so his name really is Arcade Bunny.
yeah.
Just to wrap up on Yuka, I would just say there's a lot of options for Rhythm Heaven. I like a lot of them. That one concept from Twitter.com with like Barista, I like, and characters like Tibby and Marshall also work. I just went with this one. That's it. So anyway, continuing on, Slink, how about you go?
Yeah. Hey Ozzy, this one's for you. It's Reimu. This is Reimu from Touhou Project. We have a very good video about Touhou and Smash on our channel, made by the lovely Ozzy in the chat. Love you, man. Go check that out. It's great. Reimu is actually the first like fully indie character on my list here. Which is interesting. I don't think there's another one.
It comes down to how you quantify Shantae, but that opens a can of worms.
Shantae has had publishers in the past.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it comes down to.
Yeah, but even talking about Way Forward as an indie, it's like what is a cutoff to say something? Because Way Forward has published their own stuff. They so are they really indie? Like,
This is the exact reason I said it's
officially. Yeah, officially speaking, Way Forward is indie wherever it's convenient to them, and not when they have to interact with other indies.
Yeah. I want it to be known for chat and the people in call that me, Slink, and Creeks have had like hours-long discussion on like what actually counts as indie, because at this point in time, indie as a term for video games is nothing more than a buzzword.
It's almost like a genre, like indie music.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I feel like a guy who prints every copy of their game that they sell on his own computer counts as indie.
Are we going full indie hipster now?
Yeah,
we're going back to the era of like printing off Doom.
We're going back in
packs.
time to the first.
But you know, we've been on Reimu for a while now, but I don't think we've said anything at all about the character.
Fair.
Oh yeah, they would use Gray's mechanics, have some like probably some projectiles like Fox's laser, where they shoot really rapidly but don't cause any flinching.
Yeah.
They
like,
just be like a heavy projectile character who.
I mean,
like,
you'd have to remove the
able to
flying
dodge.
part, Slashy.
It doesn't matter if she can literally fly. There's a lot of characters in Smash who can literally fly who don't.
Yeah.
Not anymore because that mechanic
Smash
was broken.
Yeah, starting in Smash 64 with Kirby, so it's like.
Listen, a character with one of the worst recoveries in the game can literally fly. Like, why you gotta do Ganondorf like that? The man can just fly.
He's putting on too much weight. That's the problem.
So, from an outsider's perspective, I've never actually played a Touhou game, and low-key, I noticed Reimu got a big uptick in support when she was present on a fake leak that got popular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But like, I think like the way she would have to be designed to be very careful because, someone with with a ton of projectiles and a graze mechanic and possibly the ability to shrink her hurt box, shmup style, could be very toxic if handled poorly. And I think that's the kind of thing that I think her design would need to account for that. I do like what you said, how several of her projectile-based attacks would potentially like only cause hits done right up close, so she'd be focused more around kiting her opponents and staying just out of their range, because if she lets them through too easily, she's in trouble. I could also see I don't know how well this would work. Someone more familiar with the series would have to tell me, but maybe like Maybe she could have a move where she shrinks her hurt box down really small as like a special, and that would be part of the Gray's mechanic, where like when she had shrunk her hurt box down, and I imagine like the actual sweet spot for her hurt box would be some glowing point on her model when this happens. If attacks come close but don't quite hit her, it builds her meter more than normally. But if she gets hit on the sweet spot while she's in this mode, she takes much more knockback, or maybe her weight is just much lower when in this form, or etc. Is that like a viable way to handle that?
She doesn't shrink her hurt box at all.
I know that would.
I feel like a
most...
good way to adapt the fact that her hurt box is like significantly smaller than her sprite is to kind of have the inverse of like Marth's Tipper, but on her body. Where the closer you are to a certain like center mass, the more damage you do to her.
Like, I don't know, because like the thing is, I don't think it would be a good idea to have it be a constant passive mechanic, because that could really confuse and disorient players who aren't super familiar with fighting her, and it could cause a whole lot of jank. So I was thinking having it be an alt mode she can turn on to slowly evade stuff would be a way to incorporate that aspect of her genre and her games without it being toxic.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things that I don't think you'd be able to really narrow down until it's actually
it comes down
attempted and tried. It's about implementations. There are Touhou fighting games out there that like could be looked at for reference as well. Like I've not looked too deeply.
There's two
I've played a
official
few,
Touhou
but I've not
games.
looked too deeply into how mechanics like this might be done in those games. But like there are places to look. This wouldn't be Reimu's first like brawl.
Yeah.
So
and to go back real quick on the fake leak increasing support. That's true in the West, but in Japan she actually has had a large support base for a while.
That's valid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have heard she's been pretty commonly talked about in Japan.
Yeah.
You know, she's like Touhou is obviously massive in Japan. She is one of the big indie game icons out there because of the market just allowing for so many Touhou Dojin titles to exist.
You're allowed to do whatever you want with the Touhou IP.
Yeah. So it makes it very, very popular. It's why I think I'm not a massive fan of indie games being in Smash. I feel like they need to do something to sort of earn that place, for lack of a better word. Like, I don't want to put it like that, but yeah. But like, Reimu is one of the few that I wouldn't mind seeing on there. I think Shovel Knight is another one. I wouldn't mind seeing.
When it's a series that's been as long ongoing as Touhou Project is, I think it's perfectly fine there.
Yeah, I think it would be a good representation for the Japanese indie scene to have Touhou in Smash.
Yeah.
So
okay, let's move on to you.
Yeah, although my character's actually one that's come up already. I've also got Mio in mine. Like I'm a bit, I'm a huge Xenoblade fan, and Mio is the character I think makes the most sense to add from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. We obviously talked about this a lot more in the last stream because Dels, you have both Noah and Mio. I'm not a big Noah. I mean, I like Noah in the games, but I'm not a big fan of having him in Smash, and I'm really not a big fan of having both Noah and Mio together as a fighter, which I've seen around used by a lot of people. I think just having Mio, you can have like the mechanic that you brought up for Noah on Mio as well, the ability to swap between or use moves from different classes, whatever sort of works best for Smash. But even if you didn't want to have, even if Sakurai didn't want to go that way, even just having like a dodge tank in Smash, I think is pretty interesting.
So for reference, last week, when Noah and Mio first came up, I mentioned that a Challenger Approaching video for Mio was in development. It is out now. Once this stream is done, I highly recommend checking it out if you're interested. I incorporated several of the elements that were just mentioned. By the way, shout out to the British guy being a huge Xenoblade fan.
I got it. It's more British dubs. We need them.
As you said, I designed like my take on it was designed around capturing the spirit of her Zephyr class's dodge tank role and working that into the context of a platform fighter, a character who is fast and evasive, but also wants to actively draw opponents aggro and be closer up to them and actively kind of poke at them while evading their attacks in turn and forcing their attention onto her. So she's got this interesting dynamic where she's evasive and difficult to hit, but isn't campy. And in fact, because I gave her a counterpart to her arts palette from her game with meters that build up by inflicting damage, she is actively encouraged to fight more aggressively. And I think that makes her a very interesting style of character, especially once you do what I did and incorporate elements from Senna and Tion's classes.
I think other things from Mia that we hadn't brought up here that I wanted to, like, I didn't bring up last week, I should say, that I'd also like to see included through her is I feel like her final smash is obviously their fusion, and that's where Noah can come into the picture. It's kind of like a Crom and Robin situation where Crom shows up, and even if Noah was on the roster, I mean, they did it with Crom, so they could still have Noah show up anyway, regardless of that.
Crom.
And as part of that, I'd like to, I feel like Mio should have, actually, no. I think I'll just say it like this. I think one of her costumes should be spoiler, and if you know, you know.
Yeah, it's I've been back and forth on that. I just had one of her alts be inspired by said spoiler.
Yeah, she has it as a costume in Xenoblade 3, so already, and it doesn't affect anything hitbox wise or anything like that. So I imagine it would probably be fine for Smash as well.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to spoilers for RPGs, Smash doesn't care.
Yeah, so Smash
but
doesn't
we
care,
don't want to spoil the
anything.
I'm not going to say anything on the stream though, because everyone should be playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Peak fiction.
So exactly. But yeah, we can move on because we talked about Neo already.
Just one quick
sorry.
comment,
Oh, sorry.
if you don't
Yeah.
mind. Dels, I want you to know the moment Mio popped up, I was literally getting the link for your video, and I was going to be like, plug. It's in the chat.
Don't forget.
Oh no, you don't have mod status. Can you make Huff, can you send a message real quick? Just send
who's the
anything in the
message?
chat. I'm gonna give you mod status so you can post links.
Hell
Alright,
yeah, I can't wait to...
While Huff's doing that, Creeks, why don't you go ahead with your next character?
All right, let's see what I got.
All right, here we go.
Mario.
Oh.
That's right. So Mario is one of the. No, okay. I think we talked about. I think who was it that had him last
Snazzy
time?
has all the credits
yeah.
right there.
There he is.
Yeah,
I did. I almost didn't see him there.
Right.
Very, very close together. But yeah, we talked about it last time. Alucard, very like Castlevania does not need another character, but if we got one, I think we all know it would probably be Alucard.
Cool.
He is, just a really cool character, a really fun character with a lot of very fun abilities. Probably one of the most versatile move sets for a character in all of fiction.
And he was already considered for Smash, which is something we didn't
Yeah.
before.
He's got
He has,
multiple transformations, teleports,
Yep.
magic, all kinds of different weapons that he can use, weapons that have different effects. He's got a shield, he's got punches and kicks. It's really crazy the amount of things that you have to work with when you're designing a moveset for
And the only things
Alucard.
you need to include 100% are fireballs and his sword and shield.
Yeah, pretty
The
much.
fireballs. The fireballs have to be his neutral special. It just
Oh, for
required.
sure.
Yeah. And then if
No,
you
just
hold
give
it
him
down,
Wario's
you can-
Bite as neutral special.
You can do it.
I mean, he can.
He prefers
Yeah.
not to.
Dark Metamorphosis, man.
True.
Chat.
And another thing is that I feel like, that's not something to consider on these rosters, perhaps, but I feel like when it comes to base roster third parties, something you do have to think about is how easy is it to negotiate this character? That's not a hard character to negotiate.
Yeah. I know that's Smash's base rosters tend to play it safer with their guest fighters. I'd presume because it makes it easier to negotiate the royalties for a character in the base game compared to a standalone DLC package.
Mm-hmm.
I see chat
Yeah.
bringing this up. Mechafiora is not a spoiler. Go look up the Japanese commercial for Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii. Anyway.
Okay, next up,
Mhm.
me.
Hey!
You guys
Here we
have
go
Gino and
again.
Alucard reversed on yours. Oh my god, look at that.
I did that on purpose.
You
I
did that on purpose?
I thought
Oh,
it'd
that's
be
really
funny.
funny.
Hilarious.
I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, and this is the last thing on my roster that is close to a first-party character, just so everyone knows.
Oh my god.
Funny.
Wow.
I said, screw it, man.
Bold
Gonna do what
choice.
I want to do. Gino, also not a first-party character. We talked about him before, but I think one thing I want to say is that even though I like Gino and I think he would be cool in the game, and I think there's some cool things that you can do projectile-wise, hit timing-wise with him. The reason he's on here is because I think to a certain extent, even though this is what I want, part of what I want is a roster that will make people happy. And there's certain characters that, like, just being on there, like I didn't put Waluigi on mine because I completely forgot. I should have. There's some characters that I just feel like should be on there because of the fact that it'll make people happy, makes the roster feel more complete to me. Now that doesn't mean this roster is very clearly, not a roster that's just to make everyone happy. It's my roster, but there's a few key characters, and I feel like Gino is one of them that I'm all like, I want him because I know so many people want him. Plus, he's cool, so I don't mind having him on there at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of get that though. Lost my train of thought for a second there, but he's high up on my wanted list because I thought he was really freaking cool when I played Super Mario RPG as a kid, and I wanted to be able to play as him in Smash and do all these cool things and use all of his cool abilities and be able to compete using him because I still play Ultimate competitively. And I think it goes to show how there can be multiple different aspects, for lack of a better word, behind why different people want different characters to make it in. Some more straightforward than others, some a bit on the iffy side. You know how my stance can be with people, with how some parts of the Smash community start demanding certain characters just to be able to say they're on the roster, and it gets a bit gatekeepy.
I actually, Ridley doesn't necessarily play the best, but I think I think he's fun to play as. I know he has a lot of weaknesses as a character, but
Mostly in his
he was
disadvantaged
added.
state.
Yeah. Like if you're playing against people that are good, in a non-free-for-all environment, it is not great. But it's sad to me that he got added and then all talk and hype for him dropped off. Do you know what I mean? There's so many characters.
Yeah, and that's
Cake
the
can
like
rule to a
Banjo.
degree.
I think that's
Banjo.
part,
Just get in it.
and I
Everyone
think
moves
that's
on.
part of the. I think that's part of the issue. Smash.
A lot of people that
picked up
talk
on,
about Smash don't play Smash, and once they get the next big thing, they just move on to the next big thing.
That's the thing.
part of it.
At some point, as Ultimate's DLC went on, it kind of got commandeered by, from what I could tell, people who were more in it for the hype of each reveal than they were for wanting to be able to play as certain characters. It almost felt like they just wanted this is overgeneralizing, but it felt like they're like the biggest, most dominant force in Smash speculation had become people who just wanted to watch the reveals like they were the latest MCU movie. Just wanted as mind-blowing, hype-inducing reveal as possible so they could freak out about it for a week and then move on and demand something even hyper. More hype, etc. It felt so backwards for someone like me, who still, like I said, plays competitively and gets interested in characters for what new, unique things they do as playable fighters.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm more of a casual player, but I definitely understand what you mean. And
There
Hello?
he goes.
I think his microphone cut out.
He's still
No,
a
I was
casual
just
player. Fuck.
there's some
Destroyed.
markings. So I was trying to
Ah,
get the dog
alright.
to stop barking real quick. So yeah, I'm more of a casual player, but I get it, and I still like. There's characters that I like, and sometimes a character just doesn't mesh with you no matter what. But like, I was
Yeah.
really excited about Shulk, and I play as Shulk. I was excited about Ridley. I play as Ridley. I play the Belmonts constantly whenever I do anything
Same.
because I love Castlevania.
Yep.
So but like, the character also has to be something you like. So sometimes it comes out, and like, I feel like we talk about moveset potential, and it's definitely a huge thing, but I feel like 90% of the characters that we talk about have ways that they can be implemented that can be unique and fun. You know what I mean? So that's why you sometimes get behind IP that you like or a character that you like.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are characters that I just get behind just because I'm like, that character would be really neat to play as. But like, yeah, there's a balance, and I do think that you're right that there's people that were just there for the reveals, like. And it was like, it's almost like a team sport, like I'm Team Isaac, and if Isaac gets in, like, for Smash Wii U, man, there was a schism between Isaac and Shulk supporters that was something fierce.
Yeah, I was there, and I was there. And then
Swordsman.
I was with over with the Robin supporters, saying, "Hey, we're over here doing our thing," and hardly got the time of day because so many people outside the Fire Emblem fandom just assumed Chrom was the only possible option. And there's this whole thing. I won't get into it. This isn't the time for it.
You got the last laugh on that because he was the first one revealed. So.
Yeah. It's even
Yeah, and
funnier
now
because
instead-
out
and
of
now
the
instead-
three,
and now
Chrom
it's-
wasn't the one added.
Yeah. And now instead I'm dealing with half the community thinking Robin is a jobber character for reasons that aren't even accurate.
Oh, I think people would still play as Gino because they now have played his game. Finally.
Yeah, that's the big thing now. Yeah, I mean, hey, Super Mario RPG's got a remake now, and if you're into Mario spin-offs or RPGs, you should absolutely play it. It's really well done. It feels like it carries over what made the original game so special while updating it and adding a whole bunch of quality of life improvements and just
Mm-hmm. Go watch my review of it on the channel.
Anyway, I think we're already taking up a ton of time again. Okay, so for reference, I ended up setting my list up a bit differently than the others because I didn't get the memo that they were ordering by who their most wanted characters were, and I ended up showing some restraint on mine because I've noticed people tend not to like it when I go full brain rot. So while
I'm here for it. Do that next
so
time.
while I have a few characters that are near the top of my wanted list, like from the ones you see here, Noah and Mio, Meowscarada, Lear is kind of near the back end of that, Shez as well, as unlikely as they are. But I filled the rest of my list in with characters that I think are worth talking about, and that I am intrigued by. So as we get to this next one, there we go. I included a couple retro characters because Ultimate didn't really have one because it was so focused on everyone is here that it only had room for 6 non-Echo newcomers. So I think if Smash 6 is able to bring back an NES retro character placeholder of sorts, that the Excite Biker could be one interesting choice for that.
Yes. I want you to know that I had Excite Bike on my roster until almost the very end, and then I asked Huff, I'm like, I want to cut Excite Bike. Does anybody else have them on the roster? He says somebody does, and I said, great, I can talk about them then.
Yeah, and I think there's a potential there. Like, for the record, my concept for the Excite Biker would have him as a 3D model inspired by the old NES sprites.
Like Mega Man.
Yeah, sort of like that. And I think the concept of a fighter who fights while riding a vehicle could be very interesting. Like, you could have a bunch of different combat moves involving the bike, weaponizing different BMX tricks, specials involving stuff from the games, like using a boost pad to zip forward, or generating a ramp out of nowhere to trick off of for a recovery move, or creating a patch of mud that can apply a debuff that decreases speed, or etc. Like my ideas are admittedly on the rougher side, but I think there's potential there for a
100%.
very interesting angle.
100%. I feel like the up special would make a ramp, and that ramp would be randomly generated on the height, so it could screw you.
Oh boy,
that's one way of doing it.
Sometimes when it comes to pitching a character, you just need a rough idea, and then like you can build on top of that over time with more thought. Because like, hey, easy idea. Hey, for all the aerials that Excitebacker has, how about they're all just different tricks?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so Dusty's
works
bringing up
perfectly.
Mock Rider, and the thing is that, like, I get it. I get why you would want to do Mock Rider. But I feel like with just one game in the Mock Rider series, that character is
Technically two
it's
games.
not-
I
it's not-
think
it's-
Smack Rider versus is.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
But
But
I
it's
know
the
what you
same
mean.
game. It's the same game. That character's not as iconic or well remembered as Excitebike. Like, you'd be putting that in more for moveset potential, and if you're doing a retro character, then you should just, I feel like, use a retro character that people know and care about more. And what's funny is you could actually incorporate a lot from, like, Excitebots or from Excitebike 64, but I wouldn't, because you want to take the retro character. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
yeah. Like I did, like Mock Rider was on my radar, but I decided I wanted to have the premise behind them is pretty similar, and I wanted to have just one of them on the list, and I feel like Excitebiker is just higher priority.
So I mean, I think here's my
Mock Rider's
problem.
got some unique stuff going on between the the post-apocalyptic vibes, the futuristic weaponry, the being
even the way that
having a
they-
much bigger vehicle that could functionally be a heavyweight.
So I mean,
And the way that they
here's
destroy
my
and come back.
yeah.
One at a time,
So here's
guys.
my one at a time. Sorry. So here's my issue where I think Excitebiker works more than Mack Rider, and it's like a size thing for Smash, because Excitebiker, if you go in like with what Dell said and making it like the sprite, kind of like how Mega Man did, that can be pretty compact to work on like a Smash Brothers stage. Like size wise, you'd have, because they had motorbike, their proportions are all sort of more toonish if you do
Yeah,
that.
they're
Their motorbike
Mario-esque.
is like half this, so stuff like that. Whereas Mack Rider is like, Mack Rider alone standing up is like Captain Falcon's height. If you then had to, and I don't think you could have Mack Rider without having the motorbike play up a big role of it. Otherwise, they're just
if
going
you
to
don't
be a
have the
character
bike,
that
what's
plays
the
like
point?
Captain Falcon. So if you have the bike, they're going to be long. They're going to be a really long character.
Well,
and while
that
you
didn't
could
stop-
do something
I didn't
like
stop
that,
one character. That didn't stop one character from being near the top of my wanted list back during DLC. Well, during Fighter Pass 2. But
yeah.
Quick
But,
for reference.
I guess it'd be a lot harder for someone. But it'd be a lot harder for
Yeah.
someone riding a big
It,
weaponized bike to scrunch down when shielding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like other than having a motorbike on the front of their motorbike, I mean, sorry, that makes sense. Other than having a machine gun on the front of their motorbike, I don't think there's anything that Mack Rider would do on their bike that Excitebiker wouldn't also do. So, like, if you really wanted that, just to put a machine gun on Excitebiker's bike, it's the standard special.
Huff, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, mentioning how you're talking about how it was like important and influential. Excite as a series. Last year, I did a little project where I looked at like the data for all of the Nintendo series, and
I was about to
out
bring
of
that
all
up.
of the
It's not really
Nintendo
retro.
IPs that have, there are only 6, I believe, Nintendo IPs that have 3 or more games that have sold 3 or more million units not playable yet. And Excite is the biggest one. That is by far the one that is the big.
Yeah, and the thing is, we
Yeah.
all think of Excitebike as one game on the Nintendo, but there was a game on Nintendo. There's a game on the Famicom. There was a Famicom Disk System version where you recorded the tracks too. There was a Super Nintendo game with Mario characters that was on the Teleview.
game.
Then there was a Nintendo 64 game, and with Excite 64. Then there were 2 games in the Excite series on the Wii. So like, it's not this little franchise.
No, there were
3.
Snazzy, there were 3.
Three.
There's 2
Three.
Excite Truck games, and then
right, I forgot
an
the
Excite Bike World Rally game on the Wii.
Yep.
Yeah, the WiiWare one. I forgot. I
Yeah.
always forget about that. So like, it's not. And there was Excitebike 3D on the 3DS. Is one of the 3DS classic.
If you want to
It's
get,
one of the few that are worth a damn.
yeah,
I think
Yeah,
I've
it's
always
not
thought
a tiny
that,
franchise.
I've always thought Excitebiker would be a really cool pick for if you want to get something more creative, something that requires a little bit more imagination and a lot of you have to get very intentional and deliberate with your animation design with this character, which I think is a lot of fun. I remember back in the Smash 4 days, somebody sold me on the idea of Excitebiker being a cool concept by not only like talking about how much imagination you have to put into giving them things like special moves and all that, but also like I remember somebody just being like, "Hey, watch Project A, like the Jackie Chan movie," and watch the scene where he just fights people on a bicycle. And I was like, "Cool, get a little bit of that, get a little bit of that Kazuma Kiryu with the bike, and there just have them swing the bike around at people for a smash attack. That'd be fun."
But I just realized if the next character is the one that I think it is, it's very ironic and funny.
All right, shall we go on and let's have a look?
Let's find
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it was. Let's
You
go.
nice, didn't you?
Okay.
Now we'll fight as the bike.
I brought this up in DMs with Dells because generally speaking, Pokemon is the hardest IP to pick characters for. Because there are just so many options and so many like variables, like what's popular in the anime, what's being promoted, what's new, what's actually popular in the fan base.
Let the record show that I showed a lot of restraint with mine.
Yeah, we brought up a lot of options. We discussed a lot of them before, like in just general chats and DMs. But the reason why I went with Cyclozar is because I thought about it like this: how do you represent Gen 9 as a whole the best? Because what is the main theme of Gen 9? And that is traversal. Movement in an open world, which is very important to the modern Pokemon games of Scarlet and Violet. And while you do move around on like Miraidon and Cornidon, those goobers are too big, and Pokemon Company tends to lean away from picking a specific legend to promote more than the other, usually because it shows a definitive version of the game. So whenever they do start leaning a direction, it's usually after the generation. And since Koraidon and Miraidon are Paradox variants of Cyclozar, I think Cyclozar leads a lot into it. You could do a lot of options with him. He has a signature move in Shed Tail that you could use as like a defensive option. One of the most iconic moves in Pokemon is Draco Meteor, and I've always liked the idea of like
Oh god.
a character placing like a reticle on the ground, and then after like a few seconds, meteor rains down from the sky and lands at
Freaking
that point.
motorbike lizard dropping a Draco meteor.
Yeah, yeah, it's exactly what I want.
I gotta check out Cyclozar's stat line now. Hold on a second.
Oh, it's fast as fuck.
I don't know. That's not what I'm wondering. I'm wondering what its offenses are.
Special
like.
attack
Not
or
great.
something.
It's yeah, their offenses
let's
isn't
see.
like the best.
95 attack, 85 special attack. So technically a mixed attacker.
Yeah,
Cyclozar's
it's
a
mostly
funny
a
choice.
defensive support mon, and I think you have a lot of variables. You could do stuff with its tail and how it moves. You could have a charge move. There's just a lot of variables and options, and I think that it lends itself best to representing Gen 9. So, anybody else have anything to say on this goober?
I want I want everybody to know that at one point when I was making a reboot Smash roster for fun, I didn't know what Pokemon to choose, so I put in a random number generator and it landed on Cyclozar, and I said, "Can I reroll?"
Boo. I think my only problem with Cyclozar is just a personal one, if I just don't think it's a very interesting mon.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I would prefer it as an alternative to like having to have one of the starters again.
Yeah,
I misremembered the story. No, it landed on Meowscarada somehow, and then I re-rolled and it landed on Cyclozar.
Oh yeah, did you end up going with Cyclozar in the end? I don't remember.
I don't think so. I think I just put Meowscarada on there.
Couldn't
Funny.
resist.
Okay, so before I introduce my next character, I need to point out that this is a top 25 most wanted Smash characters list. However, most of us don't have them in order of want. I know Nanten, Takamaru is your most wanted Smash character,
Yes,
right?
I started
Yes.
with my most wanted. Yeah.
Huff ordered them sometimes by just like fueling conversation. Like Travis, for example, he's like in my top 5, but not top 5, in my top 10. But I put him towards the bottom so we can talk about Travis a little bit.
Yeah,
I
mine
think,
is a little random. I just did
Yeah.
first parties and then third.
okay.
Now third parties.
So Huff,
All third parties.
me, and I think Creeks have our top 5 characters in order, right?
Yeah. My top 7
Yes.
is in order.
Okay.
Top 5 is in order.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's the same for me. My top 5 is in order.
Mhm.
So
However,
there's one thing I haven't noticed yet that anybody has done, which is include a secondary character from a third party.
What about
you know-
Alucard? Or
What about all of
Or-
the Sonic characters?
What about
Or
Chun-Li?
No,
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
I did it
understand.
twice.
Stop.
I did it 3
Stop.
times.
Stop. Wait. I'm feeling a little motivated.
oh god.
Okay.
Oh,
Virgil
boy.
before Dante.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
I get it.
yeah, secondary character before the main character, who's later. Is this Virgil
Yeah, I get it.
from Devil May Cry. I made a video about Virgil because I already made one about Dante, and
Mhm.
I had to have an excuse to talk about Virgil. Big move set. I put in, I think every one of his attacks is just a move from the games. There's so many moves in Devil May Cry. It's so easy to make like a bunch of different move sets. Although it's a little difficult to make a cohesive one, which I tried my best to do with that. Dream Smasher Virgil, it's on the channel. Don't watch Dream Smasher Dante, read the one on the website, it's better. But yeah, Virgil's cool. He's one of my favorite characters in fiction, and I'd like him here. Obviously not before Dante, because that'd be weird, but, you know, in like, maybe 2 decades. Yeah.
When everyone is here too comes
Oh,
back.
God, those poor developers.
Before I hand it over, I'd just like to acknowledge the people who say that Virgil can be an echo fighter of Dante, which is not true.
They don't even have the same type of sword.
He does have Dante's sword. Like, he uses the Force Edge, which is the starting sword in DMC1. But that's one of his 3 weapons. And if you make Virgil without using the samurai sword, you are not making Virgil.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Nansen.
So, yeah, so I went for a second Xenoblade. Just like I did with Kirby, there's like, I have a tough time deciding between these two. Mio feels like the more likely option because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is the most latest one. People clearly like it. But I really wanted Elmer in Ultimate, also and Smash 4,
Elmer.
in fact. And
You know what?
like, Xenoblade Chronicles X, that could be what they're going back to next. Like, there were hints in Future Redeemed about trying to reincorporate X into the main canon of Xenoblade, and they've talked.
Careful.
They always bring it up
Careful.
about like
Don't
wanting to
spoil
go back and
anything big.
address Xenoblade Chronicles X again, and stuff like this. So I feel like next in line is X for what they want to like do. They want to like either redo the first game to make it like make the story actually something to give a damn about, or they just want to do a follow-up to it to actually enhance on that world. And I think Elmo would be a great choice for that. I like her because like her moveset potential is really cool. She's like a dual wielder, but both a dual wielder for swords and a dual wielder for guns, and you can incorporate a lot of her arts really well. I think we might have a Dream Smasher for her on Source Gaming that I did like way before Ultimate.
Yeah, I covered her in one of the very first Challenger Approaching episodes a very, very long time ago. It's
Yeah.
rough around the edges.
She
But
I
yeah,
think
like
is very different from any other Xenoblade character.
Mhm.
I said before I didn't add any Xenoblade characters because I haven't gotten around to playing Xenoblade 3 yet. And I didn't even think about Elma anymore, but I would like Elma, and I think just the way that she uses projectiles and gun and energy weapons in particular makes her very different from pretty much anyone we have on the roster.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I am. I'm feeling like this is also just me sort of like forward thinking about the next Smash Brothers, and if they do cut characters and all this, I feel like if X is going to be what they focus on next, you can represent the Xenoblade series pretty well by having Shulk and Elma as like the two sides of how Xenoblade goes. The main RPG series, and then like the MMO-esque open world exploration side of the series. This would have been much better argument if they actually did continue X after
Yeah.
Wii U, but
Yeah.
I'm
Alas.
forward thinking. I'm thinking they might start now.
Yeah, I would
Well,
have had if you asked me before, the Switch era really started kicking up, I definitely would have had Elma on my list. During the Wii U era, Xenoblade X was one of my most like played video games just in that period of my life. Around the time that it first came out, I want to say I put around 140 hours into Xenoblade Chronicles X just playing it and just running around and doing a bunch of the side quests and going through the main story. I will always be one of the strongest soldiers for Xenoblade X being a really good sort of single-player console MMO type experience. So it does make me really happy to see that we have other, Elma warriors on here.
Yeah, it's I wanted to put
what's
both of them on here.
the term? Reclaimers.
Yep. Yeah. Got
And so, like,
fellow blades.
interesting. There's an alternate timeline out there where the second last newcomer in Smash 4 was Elma instead of Corrin, and that's probably a very different timeline.
A better one.
I think those are probably like if they really wanted a first party character from a then recent game. Those were really their two biggest options.
It would be a really interesting timeline because we wouldn't have had to wait until Joker to see how the arguments about Smash characters using guns would go because
well, the interesting thing is that they could simply hold on. Let's ignore the dog. Interesting thing is Elma's default guns do deal beam elemental damage, which means you could technically interpret them in Smash as like, blasters, and it would be closer to the source material than how they actually animate in Xenoblade Chronicles X, because all of the gun weapons and all the gun weapons in Xenoblade X have the same animations regardless of their element. But like her
really
default
funny.
guns actually are like laser guns, so that circumvents the problem entirely.
Yeah. But yeah, Elma, that's my other Xenoblade character. I'd be fine with either Elma or Mio being on there, just like I was fine with either Susie or Magalore getting through. And I have another series that I've done this for as well.
Oh,
but
boy.
we'll get to that later.
Interesting.
All right, Creeks, you're up.
All right, here we go. We had
Speaking of
we
big
had another
indies.
indie character relatively recently. So Cave Story has been one of my favorite video games since I want to say like middle school for me. Big fan of Cave Story, love Quote and love Curly. I think that they would work completely fine over each other as echoes or as alts of each other. I've always imagined they would be alternate costumes or echoes because the two of them are such a big part of like Cave Story's identity, especially nowadays. The idea of just both of them kind of being a equal part of the branding and identity of the game.
Real
And
quick.
there is with
Sorry to interrupt you, but somebody asked about playing the battle theme in the Twilight Realm from Twilight Princess. It just started. Congratulations, whoever asked for that in the chat.
You made your wish come true.
But yeah, no, I think that, it's probably not the most likely thing, because if we got an indie character, I think the lead runner-ups are probably, something from Undertale, maybe Shantae if you count her. Yeah, Shovel Knight. Cave
Alex from
Story
Yick.
is. Yeah, Cave Story is weird because it's one of the premier, indies. It is kind of one of the first big indie titles in video games, and it's always had a strong fan base. It's always been a successful title, but it's like, and it has maintained that fan base and that success all the way up through, to the modern era. It's not one of those things that just disappeared over time, but that dedicated community has always sort of come at the cost of it still being relatively niche. Like, it's always been big, but it's never been huge. But even if I don't think it's very likely, Cave Story is one of those games that I just play it. I'm like, this would work really well to just adapt direct into a fighting game. I think they would be, they'd be really fun characters that would have a very mobile, zoning-heavy playstyle. A lot of projectiles, a lot of fun stuff to work around with. You've got the blade. You've got the fireballs that shoot across the ground. There's the bubbler, which is a lot of fun. Machine gun that you can fire downwards to boost up, which would be a really fun up special if you didn't want to go with the booster. But there is a lot of different weapons that you can pull from for both of them combined. And I think the thing that makes them really fun to imagine is Cave Story has a gimmick that I think would translate perfectly into a smash meter, in that when you attack things in Cave Story, like when you defeat enemies, but in this case it would be hit somebody and smash, you have little like triangles that pop out of the enemies that are sort of like, they're basically EXP.
EXP.
Yeah, and when you collect them, you level up, and so each time that you level up, your weapons get stronger, and they will get, the projectiles will get bigger, they will travel faster, they will have special effects that might add some really cool effects to what your weapons do. Like, there is a certain weapon that you get from a character after they die in the narrative of the game. When you level their weapon up to level 3, their ghost comes out whenever you fire the weapon to help attack alongside you. So I think consolidating that down so that instead of being a per weapon thing, you just have quote and curly have the meter, and whenever they fill it up, it levels up 1. Whenever you get attacked, whenever you get launched a certain amount, the meter goes down. And if you just keep that momentum going, if you get it up to level 3, your arsenal becomes crazy. You just have access to these very insane tools at the expense of being a somewhat easy to kill character all throughout.
I think one change I would make is I'd make it so like once the EXP meter got up high enough, it would start to slowly deplete to encourage playing more proactively instead of just sitting near the ledge with those maxed out weapons and camping.
Oh, for sure, especially with an arsenal like these guys would have. I think if you put the fireball on anything other than a grounded attack, fireball in midair alone would be a problem for edge guarding. Just a downwards arced projectile.
Yeah, it would be pretty rough to fight against.
Yeah, level 3 missile launcher would be one of the funniest projectiles in the game, though.
Yeah, as you said, Cave Story has got a long legacy. It too is one of the first real big indie video games, and it's got this legacy to it. And I do think quote is worth keeping an eye on far as potential indie newcomers goes.
Yeah, it's definitely like a legacy indie character. Like, I always think of quote and Cave Story in general as like the indie of the guy in his room making a video game. Yeah, it was kind of one of the first.
It's not the oldest indie game or the biggest indie game, but I feel like it really is maybe the game that ushered in the modern
indie era.
Indie era, yeah. Like it really was what kind of started indies as we know them now.
Yeah.
Sounds like a big, like a emblematic of a phase of the development of indie games, just like Shovel Knight would be several years later.
Yeah. And great really soundtrack too, which is a big thing for me for bringing a new franchise in with a character is what music.
Which is why his Mii costume is going to come with a track, and it's going to be great.
True.
Honestly, at bare minimum, Quote and Curly would be very good Mii Gunner costumes. At bare minimum.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
Snazzer.
Is it my turn?
Uh,
Oh man, this is the one I was talking about at the beginning. I don't even know if we were
Here's
live
Steam
yet.
already.
No, we weren't.
Where it's a character where I was thinking about it, and this was one of the last characters. I switched a lot of characters around at the last minute. And it just, when we go back to those things, like, hey, when I was in middle school, when I was 12, I had a Super Nintendo because I'm a little bit older than everyone else on here. And people were always talking about, when I was 12, this is what I wanted in Smash. Well, when I was 12, there was no Smash. But if there was,
He's old.
yeah, if there was, I would want Zero. I just think it's I just think it's a cool character. There's really nothing else to say. When it comes to Mega Man as a franchise, I think it's Capcom's a little bit weird as a company, because Ryu and Street Fighter are definitely the face of it. Monster Hunter's, the biggest franchise. Resident Evil's huge, but Mega Man's always going to be kind of their classic face. You know what I mean?
Their mascot
and
series.
Exactly, and any of the characters from it fit well into Smash. And the Mega Man X series is a little bit closer to classic than some other places you could go, but it's also arguably the biggest that particular series has ever been. Have to look at sales. I think maybe some of the NES games actually top it, but it felt like that was the biggest it's been. And Zero's just a popular character. He's proven time and again how well he fits into fighting games. I literally don't have to tell you anything about how. Yeah. Oh yeah. I literally.
Long history.
I literally
of
don't have
it.
to tell you anything about how he would play or why he should be in the game from a gameplay perspective. I don't. Even his assist trophy tells you that. Even if you
I would
didn't.
say it's the reason he was chosen as the assist trophy.
Assist trophy,
in
yeah.
Ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. Much like Alucard, it just translates super well from assist trophy to playable character. And that's about it. He's cool. I think Mega Man could use another character, even though I think Capcom's gonna has the potential to get reps from many series. I just think he is a character that fits. You know what I mean? I like him and he fits, so that's why he's here.
Yeah, I can confirm I did a Challenger approaching episode 40 back in the summer. It was not difficult at all to design a moveset for him. He's got a ton of potential. He does have the ability to stand out even among other anime sword fighters, because he technically is one of those. And he still remains a popular character to this day. And don't worry, I found ways to make sure he wasn't as broken in my Smash design as he is in MVC.
Well, I plan on playing as him if he ever gets
Part of
hit,
the
so if he's
fun.
broken, I'm fine with that.
For my concept for Virgil, he can shoot and attack at the same time.
I showed restraint. if you want to see how I handled him, I recommend checking out the video once we're done with the stream here. And I agree that Capcom has a log jam when it comes to potential Smash newcomers. And it could get to be even more of a log jam as things are, depending on what comes out. Street Fighter 6 is really big right now. We got a new Monster Hunter game coming in 2025. That's probably going to get a Switch 2 port. Let's be honest. I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah.
And if
Devil May
somehow,
Cry,
and then you have Zero, who has the moveset potential, is prominent within a series. He just hasn't done much anything lately. But if Mega Man X9 were to happen within the next year or two, suddenly he's got a really good argument for inclusion too. And it just, oh boy, hey Capcom, if you ever wanted to do your own platform fighter, I think you got a lot to work with.
I would love a Capcom versus Capcom in general. They've got so much to work
They
with.
need better quality.
Make it like Power
please don't
Stone
go
so
back to
that
Marvel.
some people are super happy, but most people aren't.
True. Power Stone Matt overrated, no lie.
and then you have guest fighters from other franchises, and then you pull one in from Nintendo, and it's Marth.
Oh yeah.
Just joking. I honestly,
Let's go.
I honestly don't know who you. Well, I guess probably they go with Link, right?
Yeah, Link would be the first choice, I think, for Link or Mario, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right, Dales. what
Okay,
you got?
so this should be pretty quick because my second retro character choice was Takamori,
Hey.
who we talked about extensively in the first half.
Yes. So
And as I mentioned, then he doesn't have the literally who status in the West that he had back during Smash 4, so I think his biggest obstacle isn't there anymore. I think he's got a legit argument for being a retro newcomer. He's got some interesting vibes with this whole, feudal Japan aesthetics. In fact, he's a samurai in training, and he's got other projectiles to back up his sword play. He's got some interesting stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm honestly out of chances. This is why I read off scripts for my videos. But out of retro franchises, I wouldn't mind seeing getting a Kid Icarus style revival. The mysterious Murasame Castle is definitely one of them. I think has the potential for having a really interesting modern take.
Heck yeah. And hopefully it will get one.
All right.
That's what I
Tough.
want to say.
I changed the ordering for mine at some point, so I honestly don't know who's next. So surprise me.
Oh.
We've talked. Have we?
Oh, man.
We've already talked about Hayabusa before. Oh,
No.
wait, have we not?
No, we haven't.
we haven't.
I would
Wow.
assume he's
Everybody
going to be in
that
at least
talks about
3 more.
Hayabusa, you got it first somehow.
How did nobody talk? Okay. Anyway, Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is one of the few temple series that is heavily associated with the NES era that isn't in yet, and frankly, with how closely Koei Tecmo works with Nintendo, it is just overdue.
Yeah.
He has legions of moveset potential. He has so many different weapons and skills and magic abilities, and of course the funny haha Izuma drop, so you need that.
Yeah, I have a lot to say
Yeah.
about Hayabusa. I Matt, he's probably on yours too, right, Slink?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk
Hayabusa
about him
is
right now, and then we can just
so
talk
interesting
about
as a character. He's I think Hayabusa is like one of the few video game characters that has distinction of being playable in not only a 2D action platformer series, but a 3D character action game series and a fighting game, which is like the moveset potential trifecta right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Creeks, do you know anything about his potential inclusion in PlayStation All Stars?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know
So
he was considered for that.
he wasn't only considered; he was planned, but then that game got
So he was.
Canceled
He was
DLC.
a lot. He was like the only I remember there were a couple characters I knew were planned at some point. I remember
Yeah.
Dart was one of them.
In one of the graphics, with characters lined up, you can see Ryu Hayabusa standing with his scythe
signature.
from the Xbox exclusive Ninja Gaiden 2 in the back.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they were like considering it, because like Ryu is like a super well-known and iconic character and like deserves places in fighting games, but
He's
like
associated with 2 consoles, Xbox
Yeah.
and Nintendo, not Sony
Like,
at all.
he was exclusive to Nintendo until he was exclusive to Xbox, and then
Yeah.
Sony was like, "Hey, how about we put him in here?" Like, what the fuck?
PlayStation
Yeah.
All Stars was a game that exists.
But what I was going to bring up about that, which I think is very interesting, and I don't think they would do in Smash Brothers, but is very interesting concept-wise, is one of his specials would be to sheath his sword. So he would apparently have a moveset based off of the 3D action games, and then a moveset that was hand-to-hand based off of DOA.
I think that's
Personally-
exactly how our Dream Smashers went, isn't it?
No.
Or was it
I
not?
don't remember if we did a
I
Dream
know we
Smash
did.
with-
We never
I've
did a
def-
Dream
definitely
Smasher, I don't
talked about-
think.
Did we not? We
we've
definitely
talked
had
about
a
the stair
conversation
change before.
about it. Yeah.
We're having two
in-
conversations at the same time right
yes,
now.
true.
Yep.
So
Sorry.
true. In our all content for Ninja Gaiden, we based a moveset primarily around the 3D action games and the original side-scroller NES games. There was
Yeah.
not much Dead or Alive, though we did say that the throws could take from Dead or Alive, which I think is the best approach for a game as simple as Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, and we had I actually, because I've seen a lot of different Ninja Gaiden Ryu Hayabusa like move sets out there. So like there's a lot of, because he has so much source material, there's a lot of ways you can take it. Like a lot of people like to use a shadow clone, which I think is a gimmick from like one of the 2D games, and that's like
Oh,
why would you
God.
base everything around that?
Um,
And it would be rough on 8-player Smash to do that with all of these.
Listen,
Oh,
this is
boy,
it. They
yeah.
already have trouble. Like I think,
Yeah.
from what I understand, they barely accomplished Pyra and Mithra, like two really high detailed 3D models. And while the Shadow clone could be a simpler 3D model, it would have to be loaded in at all times. And you've got like Ice Climbers, Pyra Mithra, and Pokemon Trainer, which also have to have other models loaded in at all times.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah. Yeah, like, Ryu Hayabusa was actually a character I considered for my list who ended up falling short of it, but I agree that he is absolutely worth keeping an eye on, especially with how much Koei Tecmo has been involved with collabing with Nintendo lately. And he's got a long, admittedly somewhat bumpy, but a long track record, and he's done some very impressive things, like the original Ninja Gaiden on the NES, like, codified the use of cutscenes in video games to tell a story. And I think, like, I briefly touched on this in one of my Who's Next videos back during Fighter Pass 2, but I think one way you could handle having him be more distinct from the other ninja characters in Smash, you know, depending on, you know, if she comes back next game, if Impa shows up, Greninja's probably completely safe, let's be honest. But an idea I had was to intentionally give him a learning curve, make him require extra precision to play, just like how his games are notorious for being very difficult and requiring much more from the players to really use him to his full potential. So I was thinking like giving him attacks with very precise hitboxes or combos that require very precise execution or following what your opponents do, or etc. But that would let him pull off some impressive things if his player is on the ball about it, if his player is up to the task.
In Smash, you'll have to input the entire Izuna drop combo in order to do
it. Real quick before we move on, just because, like, this is he might be my most wanted, just because I'm a big Ninja Gaiden fan, and I think he would be fun to play as. Two things I want to bring up. One is his music is really good. That's not what I wanted to bring up, but just as an aside, his music's good.
You are all hearing Unbreakable Determination in your heads right now.
It's not called that!
The bridge scene.
I heard you start playing it. I was about to be like, oh no, it begins.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
The title is The Amazing Ryu.
That's actually it.
Really?
It's really funny.
I don't know where that came from. I think we found out once, right? Why?
No, we could not find out why it was called Unbreakable Determination in so many fan covers. It is not called that anywhere
it's just something
officially.
Someone made up that just caught on.
It's
I had no idea.
Bass Chad Mining Melancholy, which I will always call that, even though I know it's not official.
The one thing I was going to say is, once again, this is another one that I think is a perfect base game third party, because easy to negotiate. And the second thing is, I really do love Shadow Link, the moveset we came up with for him. Because I think we did Flying Swallow and Steel on Bone as his side special to build up his Ninpo meter. And then his down special was kind of like Hero, except it's set, and it has a lot more to do with resource management, because you build up his Ninpo magic, and then you can use it on like Windblade or Fire Wheel or Piercing Void or whatever the other one was, because it's been a while since we did that.
Yeah.
But having him be this like middleweight, like fast character that has decent reach but can also rush down, and just like a bunch of mix-up options. Like, that's really what the Ninpo was, because you couldn't spam it. You really had to build it up and like decide the best way to use it. So watch that the Ninja Gaiden all content if you're interested. Like I think that was pretty good.
Yeah, the determination thing did seep back into original content. Because it's called Ryu's Determination in Warriors Orochi 3 Hyper. And only there, I think. If you search for Ryu's Determination, you get that song, and then my cover of The Amazing Ryu. So...
All right,
one last thing.
In the interest of keeping, we should probably keep moving on in the interest of finishing before...
One last thing. I won't talk about Hayabusa at all when it comes up for me. If you just let me finish this thought. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but in Brawl, did they have to sign off on every character getting choked by Snake?
That's supposedly the story, yes.
Yes, so there's a big problem with Ryu Hayabusa right now, and that's that Capcom and Koei Tecmo fucking hate each other.
Oh, that's true. They do. Or they did. I don't know. Is that still...
It could still be the case, but they definitely did hate each other enough to go into a legal battle for, like, decades. The workers at the companies don't hate each other, from what I understand, but, like, the companies sure do hate each other. I don't know if they'll sign off on Ryu Hayabusa, like, being able to fight, like, Mega Man, Ryu, and whoever else from Capcom's in there.
Yeah, the last thing I can find about it is that Koei Tecmo had to pay Capcom like $1.3 million in 2019.
It could also be the opposite. Like, maybe Capcom would be okay with it, but Koei Tecmo wouldn't. We don't know. Right? That's just pure speculation based on prior knowledge that may be outdated, but hopefully it doesn't play a big factor. Alright, so my next character is Ashley from WarioWare.
Nice.
This is
why didn't I include Ashley?
I
forgot Ashley.
Big request in Japan, especially. Was a bigger request for Smash over here back in the Wii U 3DS days. I kind of saw it fall off a little bit in between that and Ultimate.
Yeah, I can sort of explain why I think on that. Because back in the 3DS and Wii U era, Ashley was being used surprisingly like everywhere. Like in Game & Wario, she's one of the few other than Gamer, which is the minigame everyone remembers. Ashley's minigame, and that is the only other like good one. And her artist started using her in like everything. So she was used to promote Art Academy. She was used to promote Miiverse. She was like basically the second mascot of Badge Arcade, getting all of those crossover outfits. Like there's a Monster Hunter version of Ashley, a Splatoon version of Ashley. I think there's there's a Majora's Mask version of Ashley. Like they just used her in everything throughout the Wii U and 3DS era, and that made her like really like seen as like a proper icon of Nintendo for that time. But because WarioWare didn't really get anything to WarioWare Gold, it just sort of dropped off a lot in the back half. And then when the Switch came out, they stopped using Ashley entirely, basically, until we got WarioWare Get It Together, which was after Ultimate.
Yeah.
So I think as she stopped appearing more often, people stopped thinking of her as being important anymore.
Yeah.
She correct me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
But didn't she get her own like minigame thing in like April Fool's joke thing?
Yeah, so yeah, she has Crazy Galaxy, which is an April Fool's game Nintendo made, where Ashley's the main character of it. And then it's like a shmup, but it's kind of like Josie and the Pussycat kind of parody type thing, where she's like a guitarist traveling around the galaxy with her friends, who all have different roles. It's a funny idea.
Yeah, with Ashley, the inclusion's more on the character, because while there's a lot of things that she does, there's no real established like way that she works in her game in WarioWare. So it would be another mostly Smash original game that like loosely adapts stuff. If you wanted to like properly represent WarioWare itself, you could have a different character like Jimmy T, who would be more appropriate in like having weird mini games in their moveset. But for Ashley, I think going the approach for her of just making her like a Smash original magician type character is
I would love to see it, because like you could do anything. You could literally just make her Reimu's Echo, because what the hell does Ashley do? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that like, it's a valid point. It's like Ashley would be less about embodying the quirkiness of WarioWare and more about exploring who she is as a character and what her abilities are, kind of the whole kind of leaning into the whole, witch in training angle and giving her magic with a spooky angle to it, and maybe stuff that doesn't always go as planned.
I think
she's
you
not
could
representing WarioWare. She's representing Ashley. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That is probably the way to do it, although I do think you could pull in the weird wackiness of WarioWare through Ashley because of the fact that she's a magician. Like, there's more context added there for her summoning weird stuff, like noses and garlic and things that are very WarioWare associated.
Think that fits her.
Yeah, it depends on how they do it, I think. The garlic would fit her because they've been focusing on her and food for the last two games.
Just do an Ashley game, and we can do this. Like, she doesn't need to always be tied to WarioWare. I'm actually a little upset. I don't know. I threw a lot of my roster together quickly because I didn't want to overthink it. And I completely forgot. Ashley 100% would have been on my list. I really like her as a character, but I don't think she's a good... It's funny because I don't think she's a good WarioWare rep. I think she's, like I said, she's Ashley, even though she is a WarioWare character. Like, I think if you want a character that represents WarioWare, there's better... It's complicated, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, should we go to my character next then? Yep. So now that we're getting into the top 10, we're getting into some of my more
this is going to be
interesting picks. so I like my retro picks.
Work?
We like Discun here at Source Gaming. I think that should be apparent. And I like the idea of how Duck Hunt sort of represents the NES Zapper and the game sort of around that. I like the idea of Discun being there to sort of compile all of those Famicom and Famicom Disk System titles that just aren't going to have any shot in getting into Super Smash Brothers in any way. Like, I know people really like to see like Ayumi Tachibana and stuff in Smash, but as a visual novel adventure game type character with no combat experience, it would be really weird. But it could feel a little more justified if you like pulled from that game or Famicom Fairy Tales or Pro Wrestling or any of the sports games or Mahjong, like those random puzzle Mahjong, Othello, like all of them that they got on the NES in Discun's moveset, and really play into that. He obviously doesn't have much in the way of reach.
Yeah, being a mascot that was only ever used in Japan has an even bigger.
That's not what I meant. I meant reach as in he has stubby hands. Is what I meant.
Literal reach.
Literal reach.
Hey Jax, does his final Smash turn him into the 64DD?
There was a Discun game, although it wasn't actually had anything to do with Nintendo, but there was a Discun rock paper scissors RPG on the Famicom Disk System that you could also make reference to. But no, I think Discun is just that kind of level of obscure pick that I think would be really fun to have in Smash, and you could use as an avenue to bring in a lot of the more obscure games, even if they come in fully sprite based, like the Wild Gunman from Duck Hunt's moveset. And I obviously he was a mascot mainly for Japan's side of things, but I think Discun's kind of like Rob in that he has a special place in Nintendo history, and Nintendo fans do recognize him. Like, he had a trophy in Melee all the way back in the day. And he's
very difficult to obtain trophy.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure I should have researched this beforehand. But Discun has made like cameos in all sorts of games over the years. There's cameos in Mario Maker, Street Pass Me Plaza. Discun is technically cameos in the Super Mario Brothers movie. Like, he's appeared in all sorts of games. He's just that sort of type of character. So I think it would be pretty neat to have him show up in Smash Brothers as a big final surprise character and just call upon all of the old stuff that we wouldn't otherwise get. I'm sure I could fashion a moveset for Discun by pulling kind of like how we said for Rhythm Heaven, where like they might summon other Rhythm Heaven characters. to help, like, with each move being a reference to a different music game. Just each of Discon's move, like he summons the sprite from Baseball for his up smash that swings upwards, or summons like Dombei from Famicom, from Shinoi Gashima for to do a sword swipe or something. There's a lot of creativity you can do there.
You could give Diskin a victory quote where he just looks at the screen and says, "I guess we really were the NES remix all along."
Hell yeah. So Diskin's my very based retro pick.
Nice. All right, Creeks, what do you got for us?
Yeah, we should probably speed things up.
Yes,
here we go. Things up. I am running the hell away in the other direction and hiding in the shadows. And
so, remember when we had Omega Metroid on Huff's, and me and Huff were talking like very openly about. We both wanted to do Omega Metroid and another thing, but we were like, there's no use in us having both of them. I'll do one, you do the other. So he did Omega Metroid, and I did the Emmy. I would love the idea of our fourth Metroid character, if we're not getting a unique Dark Samus, which I think would be a lot of fun, to be a some kind of monster, some kind of threat, because that's ultimately what most Metroid characters that matter, that aren't AI Adam or any of the humans from Other M, like Base Anthony. Most of the things in Metroid that matter that aren't Samus herself are monsters. They're threats. They're something that you have to avoid. And something about the Emmys that I've always thought was really cool and interesting is the way that they're shaped, the way that they move around is so, we don't really have a killer robot in Smash. Rob is not really that sort of RPG.
Rob might as well be an ultimate.
a little bit, but we don't have a killer robot without item drop shenanigans, and the way that the Emmys move is so fascinating to me, because they're very tall, they have these like gangly bodies with these long limbs, but they're very, agile and mobile. Whenever they turn around, their bodies fold in on themselves as they turn in the opposite direction. They can just kind of, wriggle and worm around like these little, they're creepy little critters, skittering and scampering about looking for treats and trinkets. But yeah, no, they have just enough to make a really interesting moveset out of, because they've got the speed booster, and they've got, a little... I believe one of them has, if it's been a while, but I remember one of them has a search function that... Oh, hold on.
That's a dog.
Yes, a similar functionality to, an item search that you could use for maybe a stun or something like that. There's a lot that you can just kind of extrapolate from the way that they move and the abilities that you get from them. And I don't know exactly what their final Smash... Yeah, Wave Beam Mimic can see through walls. Do you mean that? Yes.
Their final Smash would be like the quick time event that
the grab you.
Yeah, exactly.
But if it's over 100%, it kills the person that they grab.
Yeah, if you wanted something that would be, because I imagine a grab would also just be like something that they should have access to at all times. If you wanted something that would be a little bit more extrapolation, you do get the power bomb from one, and you never see them use it, but it would be really funny to imagine what the Emmy version of the power bomb looks like.
That particular Emmy does use one from off screen that causes that whole sequence to go off the rails, if you remember.
Yeah.
Can't go into detail further because spoilers, but yeah, that explosion is from that Emmy using that power bomb immediately.
I completely forgot. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So we do have an inkling of what that kind of looks like, which would be very fun.
My only issue with the Emmy is that I don't know how you translate the feel of the Emmy and the kind of oppressive thing that you away from.
Because you obviously can't make it so that you can't hurt it, but I imagine it would be like, this thing has some super armor on it, so like you have to be careful when you're messing around with it.
So here's what you do. You take the Emmy, you know how it's really big. You make it a rushdown character.
Okay, that would be hilarious. Can we do that?
Fear.
You have to ask
That makes
Sakurai.
sense.
Make them like Sephiroth, where they're like incredibly light, but make them fast as fuck.
I guess that could work. I don't know. It's just it would just be weird to me. Like I don't know. They can make it work. I just feel like
You would have
Emmy
to
isn't the
tone down
character.
their.
Yeah, it just Emmy. It's more of a feeling than a character. It's like, you know, taking
Yeah.
a guardian from Breath of the Wild and making that a character. But even that,
Yeah,
I feel
they're-
like makes more sense to me.
They're the dread part of Metroid Dread, and
Dread,
the question becomes, how
exactly.
would you translate that into a platform fighter while toning down their canon abilities enough to make them
Yeah.
not broken?
Yeah, to still
think it's a
feel
fun
like if you
challenge.
have a player that's playing against them, you want them to feel like the whole thing, like Ridley feeling like a boss, like, and he kind of still does. I understand that when you're a good Smash player and you know how to play Smash, he's not a very good character, but he does have this feeling of being large and oppressive, and if he gets attacks off on you, it hits. So you have to time yourself right and go around him and hit him. But like I said, it just seems weird to me. I don't think it couldn't work,
Yeah.
and I think it's an interesting choice. But that's just my 2 cents, you know.
Emmy
Mhm.
rushed down with Scooby-Doo skedaddling noises.
One last thing I will say: alt's already made for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a concern.
Yep.
Make
Yeah.
one of them the broken one.
Yes.
Make the default
Yeah.
the broken one.
Yo. All right. What we got?
Alright.
What we got next,
Snazzy.
Snazzy?
Oh,
I
you
don't.
remember?
I'm
Oh,
not even gonna
boy.
talk about
Oh.
Dante. I'm just gonna say,
you-
hey, Shadowlink, can you talk about Dante?
we'll talk about Dante later then.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about Dante. Like, real quick, like Devil May Cry's a great series. It's really what kind of popularized the modern 3D kind of hack and slash
Character action game.
character action games, yeah, and to a lesser degree, Ninja Gaiden and the original God of War games. But like, it really comes down to Dante Devil May Cry. He has moveset potential, very big series, and Shadowlink, we'll talk about him more later.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he's gonna
I'll
come
save
up
my thoughts for
again before I
Oh.
go. So this is gonna be a problem. He's spread out way too much on these. I know where he is on elsewhere on here. Oh god. Anyway,
Okay, so
your turn.
as for my next
Dels.
one, this is a character that we've already talked about.
Yeah.
One of
Okay.
two characters that I
Yep.
believe are
Isaac.
and one of two first-party characters I believe have everything going for them except for relevance, and that has been the reason Isaac has not made it in yet. He's got, he's well known, he's got a fan base, he's got a boatload of moveset potential. He does all these different things within the context of his Earth-based, in-universe counterpart to magic, along with other abilities, being able to, like, use a magic hand, essentially, to manipulate objects. He's got a lot going for him, but Golden Sun has been on hiatus for a long time, and that's been very, very difficult for the vast majority of first-party characters to work around. Now, considering how popular he's proven to be, maybe there's a chance he wouldn't need Golden Sun to come back in Smash 6 in order to make it anyway. But if it does within the next year or so, he could instantly jump to frontrunner status. I think that's very interesting, and there's one other character who is in a similar boat that we'll get to my next go around.
Okay. Yeah, I won't really say much about Isaac because I've already talked about him, but yeah, I agree on those points.
If you're interested to hear more on Isaac, we talked about him twice on the prior stream,
Yeah.
so we don't want to go too in depth here.
Alright, Huff. Who you got?
Oh,
No!
I'm gonna be honest. I
Well,
thought it was the
okay.
other character next, but I guess we're doing Zag now.
Interesting choice.
I'm a big fan of indie games. I love indie games, but I think the problem with indie games is just inherently, when it comes to something like Smash, you want something that will have staying power, so it's really hard to judge it, because people are like, oh yeah, add Peppino from Pizza Tower, but it's really hard to justify a character that's that recent, because they aren't proven to be, like, having staying power. And that kind of comes to fruition when you think about a lot of indie characters people have talked about for Smash, because a lot of people just don't talk about a lot of them anymore, and that kind of shows how they just don't stay.
Do
Even
you,
with the advent of-
big fall
Except
off
for
in
Pepino
popularity.
when he sells
I have
$1 billion.
I have the ultimate example.
Yeah,
Beck from Mighty Number 9.
true.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, classically wanted.
I
Nice.
love
Combat,
Hades. I've
etc.
sank
Yep.
more
Yeah.
hours into Hades than it's top 5 Nintendo Switch hours spent game for me.
With-
I think Zagreus would be cool, but he is also not even the lead in the sequel to his game.
Yeah. With the advent of Hades 2, I feel like the IP has cemented itself as something that will continue going forward. And
Yeah.
so much moveset potential. There are so many different weapons and abilities that you can get in the Hades games. And
how
on
are
top
you
of
going
that,
to how are you going to implement the fact that he gets boons from different gods? Are you going to make them different abilities, or are you going to make some sort of status change that maybe even has some RNG attached to it, where maybe this round
I
you get the
wonder where he
blessing
got
of
that
Zeus, this
idea.
round you get the blessing of Poseidon? Like, do you know what I mean?
yeah, I actually had an idea of like down special,
Mhm.
like once a stock you use it, and then you get a stat boost, and then maybe you can change your weapon. These
Okay,
are
yeah.
different weapons.
Oh, that'd be so much though.
That would
Yeah,
be
that's
so
a lot.
much, and I think that might be a bit too much, but it's a fun idea. Probably not happening.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I think he would use I think if anything, he would use the Zagreus sword as his main weapon, and his other weapons would be maybe in other A attacks. You know, like he'll just use
Yeah,
it for
other
Yeah.
aerials, other special smash attacks.
Yeah.
You'd have railgun side special.
yeah.
If
You'd
a
a charge shot.
if a character has a weapon switch mechanic, it can only affect a small portion of moves, and it
Oh, yeah.
has
Yeah,
to be.
those
I was
kinds of
thinking it would
movesets
just-
are really,
Only
really
two.
difficult to design from
Yeah.
Yeah.
from a coding
Yeah.
standpoint.
For anybody who doesn't know, whenever a character is loaded, and they have multiple weapons, every single weapon they have is loaded in the game at once. You just can't see it until they use the move that uses that weapon.
Mhm.
And so the more weapons you give a character, the more jack of all trades you try to make them be, the less feasible they become.
And the lesser identity becomes as
they
their
become a
archetype.
completely uncohesive thing, and they just like start boiling down to reference.
There's a lot of
The
cool stuff.
initial
Zagreus
idea I
does.
had, like, if you were
Yeah.
to go the weapon route, would be like, there are 3 different weapons. Like, let's say a sword, a spear, and I don't know, an axe. I don't remember if there was an axe. Actually, I think it was a hammer. And then all that it really does is change the animation, and then maybe the sweet spot on the move. That's really it.
And so, speaking of which, if you remember, I did a Challenger Approaching episode for Zagreus almost 2 years ago. I think it's held up fairly well. And like everything you said about how Hades has proven it has staying power as an indie series is very much true. This is, people are still talking about the original game to this day.
Yep.
It's so highly regarded. It was my personal game of the year for 2020. And Zagreus has so much to work with, and when I was designing his moveset, it came down to figuring out what to leave off and what to limit to what. Like, I decided, I didn't want to have him lean too far toward projectiles, so I had his throws use his bow. Or I had him bring out his twin fist weapon, his cestus, for specifically his jab combo.
I need to go. I
And-
don't think I've watched your video, Dels, for Zagreus.
Well, you need to.
go back and watch. Yeah, I watched most of them, but I don't recall. I don't remember.
Again, if you're interested, if those of you in the audience who are interested, check it out once the stream is done.
I want
Yeah.
you to know, I've
And-
closed your channel like 4 times, and here I am going back to it to get the link.
Yeah, so the way I tried to handle the roguelike elements of his game through, I kind of did my own kind of iteration of the God Gauge, but used it slightly differently, made it so it builds up over time as he's playing, and once it fills up, which would be at least a couple times per stock, he could immediately summon a set of boons tied to his specials, and he would be able to pick one of them to take for that stock. But which ones you got would be semi-random. each special would have 3 boons tied to it, and you get one boon per special available, but you wouldn't get to choose which one would show up for which special. I hope this is making sense. So the
And
idea would
if it
be
doesn't,
that
we can watch the video later.
right. So the idea would be
chat.
that you would have to see what boons you were offered and just roll with what you can get, which kind
That
of
sounds
embodies that feel of what you do when
Yep.
you're trying to pick upgrades and such during a run of a roguelike game.
Yeah, it's important that you nailed
Work
it.
with
It's
what you
important that
got.
because it's a roguelike that it has elements of that genre in it. So awesome. Okay, I guess
The thing that would make
Yeah.
Zag stand out a lot is adaptability, and that's what I think you should do with the boon system, like you brought up. But anyway, continuing on.
Okay,
Mhm.
I don't need to talk about this character that much. It
Okay.
is Adel from Ys. We went over it last time.
Already discussed.
I'm not sure if we talked in detail about why, other than
I
like
think we
moveset
did.
potential. I remember
Yeah,
I was
moveset
gonna say,
potential.
so.
Moveset potential got brought up a lot, and I just said me sword fighter and then finished there, which I still hold true. I want Adel there because I like Ys, not because I like Adel. Although I do think so with this PSD we have here, this template that I have open, Huff wanted to make it the case where if a character appeared multiple times, they always had the same icon unless it was a different iteration of the character. I don't want Ys 8 Adel as the base design because, like, it just looks like Roy.
Yeah, to be honest, I just couldn't. I didn't have access to the other add-alls, and nobody brought it up because we have like 7 different add-all slots, and
I think
frankly,
people are
I
gonna
would say
that about any version of Adel because they're going to see a guy with a sword and red hair. And honestly, I think most of the other versions, like Slink, I know you want Hoodie Adel, but like Hoodie Adel only appeared in one game that is
Yeah, I
not
know.
even really that popular.
I don't really
And-
care about that. I would rather it be
Yeah.
like the full armor because with
Yeah,
with
but the
this-
armor also makes him look more like a Fire Emblem Lord, if anything.
yeah, but not like Roy specifically, which like the white trim and like the casual
want him to
clothes
look
that
like
he has
Roy.
now.
God, it's a shame that Adol has this problem because in terms of like fucking moveset potential, he's so different from most of the Fire Emblem characters, but like his main design of the armor one is just a
Yeah,
Fire Emblem character.
I'm going to say that is a Fire Emblem Lord. I'm looking at him.
Good.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People
It is
proud.
100% as Fire
Like,
Emblem
and
so
Lord.
then the
scared
other
about it.
options, the other options are so like drastically different that it's hard to like justify them. Like, hey, do you want Vampire God at all, or do you want Sailor uniform at all?
Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Source
Ys-
Gaming, the only place where you see multiple people put Adel in their lists.
Oh, trust me, we're gonna get another.
Okay.
Oh
So
boy.
Adel,
Alright, me
It's a
next.
bit of a meme.
Ys. Oh my God, I didn't even get to finish, you guys. Ys is the progenitor of the action RPG genre.
Yep.
That's very important.
Yes.
And I think one thing in particular, very funny. If Adel gets in, his victory theme would be the item get jingle. For anybody who doesn't know what the item get jingle from Ys sounds like, it is literally just the Metroid item get jingle. It would
What?
confuse so many people. It'd be so
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, Yuzo Koshiro was the composer on the original 2 Ys games, I think. And he just liked Metroid so much that he made the Ys item get jingle the Metroid item get jingle. It is virtually identical.
Did it?
I cannot tell a difference in notation from listening to both of them.
Yeah. Just to wrap up at all a little bit here. For reference, like Slink said, the
completely.
progenitor of the action RPG genre, they've also been around for 30-ish years.
Yeah.
They have like 12 games under their name, and for Ys is special because most RPGs, like Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest, you change the character almost every game.
Mhm.
Ys
Ys-
is different. Every game is at all.
Except Origins.
Except Origin, but Origin takes
Yeah.
place like 1,000 years in the past.
Yeah.
Also, I also just really like the music. I'm posting Sunshine Coastline in the chat.
Oh, it's incredible. Ys has some of the best music as a
I
franchise.
think it's
of,
the
like,
best,
any video game franchise.
I think in terms of music, it is the best sound OST not in Smash.
Okay. Nanten,
Okay.
you're up now.
All right,
Alrighty.
I'm up next.
Yo.
And I have
Yay.
Chibi-Robo. When I consider, Chibi-Robo is the last character I added to here, mainly because I did forget him while designing the roster initially.
Oof.
But then, because I was playing the Chibi-Robo, the first game, for the first time recently, been streaming it. The VODs are on the Nintendo Chronicler channel if you want to check that out. I suddenly was like, actually, yeah, Chibi-Robo is a character that I know a lot of people want for Smash. And I think the only reason he's kind of dropped off in the speculation is because the series is kind of dead right now. But hell, if another code can come back, then let's give it 5-6 years, and maybe we'll get a port of the GameCube game to modern hardware. I think Chibi-Robo is a series that will do a lot better nowadays.
Sorry, and then people will start making Lake Lao Guy memes pretending Ziplash never existed.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't in this moveset. I think for the standard attacks, I think what Ziplash does was spinning the plug and using it, because it's such a big part of Chibi-Robo's character design. I think those would make for very good aerials or standard attacks. And then you can pull on the stuff people like the Chibi Blaster and the Chibi Copter and all that for the up special and neutral special. But yeah, I think Skip, not just for Skip, but for the love delic genre, we'll call it, that is big in the sort of more niche in gaming sphere. Games like Moon, Gift Pia, the Tingle games. It's such a fascinating style of video games that has its very common tone across all of them. And many of them are super influential. Like Undertale is heavily inspired by Moon. Undertale is just as much a love delic game as it is an Earthbound-like. And I think Chibi-Robo, being Skip's most recognizable and biggest property, would be a neat character choice for here. And I mean, he got a Mii costume in Ultimate, so clearly there was enough demand there for that. Especially given that, in Smash prior to Ultimate, Chibi-Robo has kind of been neglected heavily. Wasn't even in, and there was not a single Chibi-Robo reference in Smash for Wii U. And I'm pretty sure there's one trophy in Smash 3DS, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if there's stickers in Brawl. There is a trophy in Brawl, though. So, it's a heavily... Smash hasn't really... There's been no music from Chibi-Robo at all.
I believe
Smash.
there's stickers for the DS game in Brawl?
Maybe.
I know there's stickers for the GameCube game. I don't know
Okay.
if there are for anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just a quick comment. Yeah, I wanted to have Chibi-Robo on my list, but I just didn't have room for it, and I'm happy you did.
Yeah.
I love the goober.
Yeah, get the goober in. But yeah, Chibi-Robo, I think he'd be a neat choice to have in Smash, and I think it would give the series. This is what they should have done if they wanted more people to get into the series, not whatever Ziplash was. Also, I was thinking, just because of speed on this stream as well, just because we are nearing the 2-hour mark already, and we've done 4 characters. Let's try and whoever brings up the character, let's have them be the one who does most of the speaking, and everyone else do little comments on. Because I noticed we've had a lot of taking over and sharing each other's move sets and stuff like that for a certain character. Let's save it for the person who actually has it on their roster to explain. Speed things up, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Fine, don't listen to my Chibi-Robo move list.
But all right,
Chibi-Robo.
Go ahead. Oh, actually, also Slink.
Yeah, what's up?
Some of my upcoming characters I might want to lead into as well. So
Okay,
I'll let you know. Yeah.
Let me know. All right,
I'll let
Creeks.
you know when to drop it.
Creeks.
Yes.
Let's go.
All right.
Next.
So every sane person that I've ever seen has said that if there is another Mega Man character in Smash, and it will be, but most people want Zero. I am the exception. I'm not sane. I want X. So I love Mega Man X. X is my favorite. At this point, it used to be classic when I was younger, but at this point, X is my favorite of the Mega Man sub-series. Love X a lot as a character. Over the past, year or two, despite the fact that I haven't been playing that many Mega Man X games recently, I've just kind of got in this mood where I just really like Mega Man X as a character. And I've started thinking about the concept of him, in a game like Smash. And obviously, I kind of don't think he should be in Smash. I think if Smash got another Capcom character, there are better options. There's a more popular option from the best, or from the same series. I just think he'd be a lot of fun. There's fun stage and music potential. There's actually a lot of content, surprisingly, from the Mega Man X series that is still not in Smash, even with the massive amount of content that Mega Man still has in this game in Ultimate already. X would be a lot of fun. He's got he's kind of like a more mobility and kind of close ranged focused alternative to something like Mega Man. He's a bit taller. He's got the boost dash, wall jumping. And he has install supers. A big thing with all of his games is that he has armor pieces that you can collect. I don't know how you would work in either the armor mechanic or collecting armor pieces, or just having the armor as an install, maybe just part of his final Smash, which is another thing. It'd be weird having him when he's already Mega Man's final Smash in a way, but I mean, Crom's in the game, so they can work around that. But there's a lot of fun stuff you can give him to work with. He's got the electro webs, to stick people in place. You've got the boomerang cutters, just really fun, simple idea for a projectile right there. He's got, the Nova Strike for a burst movement option. The Hadouken and the Shoryuken if you really wanted to give him something, funny. I think Shoryuken up special is something I've seen consistently in a lot of Mega Man X movesets, just because it's a really funny concept. But yeah, no, X would be a lot of fun. Don't think he necessarily needs to be in the game, but I'd like him a lot.
Dude, imagine if every Capcom character added had a Shoryuken.
That'd be so fun.
I think
possible.
Dante
could have
one.
I would go Storm Eagle special for his recovery, but that's just me. I like Mega Man X a lot. It's what you said though. I feel like I don't think they should get rid of classic Mega Man. Maybe revamp him a little bit, but I don't think they should get rid of him. Yeah. And if he's already in the game, I feel like Zero is a better addition. So it's not just Mega Man and cooler Mega Man.
Yeah. He is cooler. It's true. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
All right, Snazzy,
Okay.
what have you got for us?
You're up, Snazzy.
Where am I? Who do I have? Oh, so this character I think is exactly what Delzethin is always complaining about, because I
Oh
feel
boy.
like Lara Croft.
Putting me on the spot.
Although I think Laura has does have some good moveset potential, but I just feel like it's a great character to have in the game for what she represents. First of all, another Western character, another female character, but there's a good case to be made, especially in the 90s, of her being the female gaming icon. You know what I mean? How many video game characters can say that they have 3 major Hollywood movies, one of which was the highest grossing movie of all time, a theme park ride, an upcoming animated series, tons of merch. She's just her character transcends the Tomb Raider games. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about video game all-stars, she is a glaring omission to that term. That being said, I'm having her represented as classic Lara because I feel like they're going back to that now. Before, I would base my movesets a little bit more on reboot Lara, so I would have she would have her bow and arrow as her primary weapon, and she could cycle through different types of arrows, so a poison arrow, a fire arrow, a grappling arrow, and I still think you could work that into her moveset. But I think you want Lara with the twin guns, just kind of a fast projectile based character. She does have a lot to work with, and I think personality wise too, in game she's a lot of fun. And also her stages are fun too, because it's just weird, Indiana Jones-esque temples and stuff like that, with mummies and velociraptors and all sorts of stuff. So I think Lara herself is just kind of a great fit. And I think you could do good stuff with her moveset, but 100% moveset is not the reason I think she should be in, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do wonder whether or not Lara being ejected from Square Enix is better or worse for her chances of getting added in. But I agree. I think we've had this. I think we've had this conversation, Snazzy, about how Lara Croft is one of those classic icons that really only feels missing out from this because she's more heavily Sony focused than Nintendo
Right.
focused. Like, I'm not
Her
even
not
sure
being
what the
in
first
PlayStation
game must have been
All-Stars?
the Game Boy Color game or something for Tomb Raider or Nintendo.
Yeah,
I
was
mean.
there?
There's a Game Boy Color Tomb Raider game, yeah.
So, with what's going on with the piece of shit company that owns Tomb
Yeah.
Raider right now,
yeah.
Oh boy, yeah.
there might be problems. I don't know if this if the developers are going to exist.
Well, we'll see what happens to the IP
but we're
after
not.
the
We're
fact.
not. Yeah, I wasn't kind of like considering that.
It's
Yeah.
very funny
like-
if you go back a couple months. We were like talking about how cool Embracer is, and now they're awful. Shitlords don't like them.
Crazy how
Yeah,
that
and-
ended up
and-
happening.
Flew too
like-
close to the sun and decided to blame everyone else.
Yep.
I'm gonna wrap it up on Lara unless somebody else has something else to say. But I will say that like when you get into some of the stuff from her games too, she also collects a lot of mystical artifacts, and you see that in what are those Tomb Raider games that are like the isometric ones that are overhead?
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, I know which ones you're talking about.
yeah. But like she literally has access to things like Excalibur and Mjolnir, like Thor's hammer. Like she has a lot of like weird stuff you could lean into besides just having, you know, a lot of kind of because, you know, at her heart she's this acrobatic character with a lot of adventuring, spelunking, climbing gear, which is a little bit different, and then guns, but she does have weird stuff you could pull from too. Like she's one of those characters that people look at and they think it's realistic in the context of Smash, and I guess she is, but she's also like so much almost like a pulp, you know, action hero in the vein of Indiana Jones that she can do some weird stuff that you wouldn't, you know, normally think of. So
All right,
Okay.
you're up.
Okay,
Del.
so as I mentioned with Isaac, he's one of two characters I think have just about everything going for them except relevance, and that lack of relevance has been the reason why the character has not made it in yet. As for the other one, okay, hear me out, but so you gotta remember, way back when Brawl Speculation, Crystal was actually more commonly requested than Wolf was, and it was because of her moveset potential. Like, being able to combine aspects of Star Fox Adventures and the mainline games, well, mostly just Assault at that point, but you have this character who essentially has access to pseudo magic, her settings equivalent of magic, which is probably just technology that developed in a different way, honestly, but functions kind of like magic, and she can use that alongside the series' usual sci-fi weaponry for this. It's kind of this weird contrast, and it's something that literally no other character in Nintendo's repertoire can really do. And I think she also embodies a different aspect of Star Fox. She's basically the series equivalent of a Jedi, and I think there's something really interesting there. And the series hasn't really done much of anything with that. Hasn't done much of anything at all lately, in fact, especially when all it seems to be doing is just retreading the events of 64 to little to no avail. But if somehow we get a new Star Fox game that tries to appeal to more than just the series' Gen 1ers and actually uses some of the characters from beyond 64 and comes up with a more original story and a more refined version of Assault's gameplay, I think that could instantly vault her back into frontrunner status because she's got the uniqueness, she's got the moveset potential, she's got the fan base, for better or worse, and the fact that she was able to get an assist trophy in Ultimate is a sign that she's still on Smash's radar, still on Sakurai's radar. And in fact, we actually got word from Sakurai that she almost got into Brawl, and the only reason Wolf got in instead was because the devs were pressed for time and he was the easier of the two to make.
Yeah.
And for the record, I believe that as far as her default design would go, I actually think the design Smashified gave her way back when, with a kind of a custom version of the the usual sci-fi pilot suit, inspired by some of the stuff she's worn, but kind of a combining it into an original design like Smash tends to do for the other Star Fox characters, would be her default, because I think that kind of embodies all of the character best.
Crystal's
And I think there's
weird. because that Smashify design is based on command, which if it happened during Brawl, that's what it would have been, but now Crystal doesn't exist, so her assist trophy is based on her original design from Adventures.
Yeah. Well, I'd say that the reason it's based on that is because Crystal's assist trophy in Smash Brothers is all about the adventure stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's the primary focus, so she's really just representing Star Fox Adventures and none of the other games. I reckon that if Crystal ever did get into Smash, they would just give her both her Assault outfit and then her original outfit, and then the command color would just be a color version of the Assault one, because they're very similar outfits, just one is pink and one is blue. Or purple and blue.
I'd imagine her default design would be whatever she got in the possible new Star Fox game if it happened, but then she'd have like alt palettes based on the Assault and Command outfits, potentially her tribal Saurian outfit as an alt, etc.
Yeah, I think she'd definitely have her tribal outfit because Smash has already used it. And I would assume, like, unless that she has like a big role in the next Star Fox game, assuming they continue forward and not just remaking stuff, unless she has a completely different move style that they can then use in Smash, the staff is going to be the main thing that makes her stand out from Fox and Co. And that was only ever in Adventure. So, like, I think that would still play a big part of her moveset, and so therefore the tribal outfit will probably still be at least an alt costume for her, because Sakurai will just draw upon that probably. But you're right. If she's in another Star Fox game, then she probably would have whatever her most modern design is as the default.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Look,
real quick,
all I'm saying is,
go ahead.
If
you go first.
If they ever do Crystal, the only requirement for anything related to her is if they do
Good job, Puff. That totally
As the
picked up
stage.
completely.
Yeah, I got like 2 DMs telling me to do that, so I felt obligated to. Probably didn't even come through.
Real quick before we continue, Star Fox Assault was a really good game, and I'm tired of people pretending that it's not. Anyway, so we are 2 hours into this stream, and well, look at the status. Okay, so we've got to pick things up a bit.
Yeah,
here.
like I said, if we just got, like I said before, I think as long as everyone's letting the people who have it in their roster talk, do most of the talking anyway.
We've sped up a lot considerably since we started.
And if we stop saying, it's taking us so long, and just keep doing it.
Huff.
So.
Yeah, luckily I don't have much to say about this character, so.
Yo!
Heck yeah!
She's so good.
Let's go!
I like her.
Let's go.
This is the best-selling Sega IP after Sonic, and if they were to add another character, Sega has a lot of IPs, but a lot of people want to go for the retro picks for some reason, for characters that don't work or make sense anymore, like Vector Man. Why do I see people want Vector Man? Anyway, Arl is one of those characters I do think just works well. She translates. She would need a little bit of her interpretation to translate, but with the existence of Madao Monogatari coming back, I do think that she does have more of a moveset potential, leaning into the magic side of her, with the puzzle aspect being an integral part to her moveset with the Poyos. And you could just do a decent amount with her. More females is good. Representation for the puzzle IP is good. So yeah.
It's kind of interesting. In a way, she could kind of embody 2 different Sega IPs.
Yep.
I guess Terry sort of kind of did that.
Well,
I like Al.
She can embody one Sega IP and an IP that Sega doesn't own.
Oh yeah, that's right. They don't own it.
They don't own Monogatari.
Yeah.
I think she's neat and has moveset potential and is a great choice. That's my.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always a big push for Al to get into Smash.
My next character is a repeat.
Who was it?
Here's Albert Wesker.
Wesker.
If you're wondering why the name is different on this icon, don't worry about it. I think it's funny. So yeah, not only so originally I had Chris Redfield. I pushed for Chris Redfield a lot, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, Resident Evil is like a revolving door franchise where each game can have a different protagonist. But not only was Wesker like a constant antagonistic force for the first 13 years of the series' life, but even after the game where he dies, he is constantly still brought up. He's brought up in 6, he's brought up in Revelations 2. They keep bringing Wesker up to the point where there was like a really big rumor for Resident Evil 7, where Chris Redfield looked really different in Resident Evil 7, for people who don't know. There was a rumor out there that said that the Chris Redfield in Resident Evil 7 was actually a body double, head transplant clone of Albert Wesker. And I still think that's the funniest rumor I've ever heard. Anyway, Wesker's a really entertaining, charismatic character, and I think he'd be great. Alright.
Okay, so for my next character, this one before he shows up, is a Pokemon character. I'm going to say that first, and it's a Pokemon character that I've actually kind of wanted in the game in Smash Brothers for a while. It's one of those classic. This was on my list when I was 14 for a very specific gimmick. You could throw him on now. So I have N on my roster, and I always wanted N because I'm a big fan of the Jump Ultimate Stars games, which are for those who don't know, the Shonen Jump Smash Brothers like they had on the DS. And Yugi is playable in that game. And the way they have Yugi work is that he fights, but he summons all of his cards to do like specials and stuff. And I thought, could Pokemon do that? Because the Pokemon trainers don't fight. And this is long before anything like Masters or Legends or anything like that was out. And I was like, well, actually, given N's whole thing is about equality between the Pokemon and the trainers, I could totally see him fighting alongside his Pokemon in a setting like Super Smash Brothers.
The thing that N would do, beat up Pokemon.
He's not fighting Pokemon, is he? He's fighting Mario and Link.
There are 8 other Pokemon in the game.
Okay,
like
but
10.
Kiryu doesn't fight women, and if they put Kiryu in Smash, he's gonna have to fight Peach.
That's different.
No.
That's wrong.
No. Simple answer. Say that it's a Zoroark in N's form.
It's his surrogate brother disguised as
Listen,
him.
Kiryu can literally
Zoro
beat up
would be
women
part
in
of
the first Yakuza game. They changed their mind later. Not canon. Doesn't matter.
It's fine. He thinks of Pokemon equally. So if he's willing to punch a human, he might be willing to punch a Pokemon. It will never happen. This idea will never happen. But I've always thought the idea was really fun, and I quite like Black and White are like probably my favorite generation of Pokemon games. And obviously there is no N's Castle is a stage, but there's no actual Gen 5 Pokemon rep as a fighter. And so I always like to just keep going back to N every so often and just think like, yeah, he just summons the Pokemon out to do specific specials, and otherwise you could build a moveset around like standard attacks and stuff from him, and then Zoro or Clink Clang, I think is like his recovery, like because he changes Pokemon a lot as well, because he always releases them, and there's only a handful he has as like recurring elements like his Zoroark. So just pull from all of them and have a really unique Pokemon fighter. I'm sure there's probably different trainers they could use nowadays if for this idea, especially with Legends Arceus getting the trainer more involved and stuff, but still.
Look, if we Slink, check your DMs. If we don't want N to hit Pokemon, we can always have Enye hit Pokemon. His evil counterpart.
Oh my god.
This is the least funny joke I've made.
I've been sent a slot. Hold on, I need to go put it on my clipboard.
It's not funny.
It's not funny, but by virtue of it not being funny, it loops back around to being funny. Anyway, he has
What
a
wise?
mustache and a goatee and a little.
Oh.
Wow, that is illegible from far away.
hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, why is N here?
Ah, yes, in.
His evil counterpart.
Anyway, Creeks.
Oh boy, what do I got?
Oh my god, where am I? What
Hit me
happened
with the
to my
roulette.
layers? What happened to my layers? Okay, there we go.
Yo, Waluigi repeat. Yeah, I think we've already said all of our pieces on Waluigi last time.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
We've already brought him up twice already.
Yeah.
All right.
We could just
On to
move
me.
on. Yo, let's
Ah.
go.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Nice
Is
echo
that,
fight.
is that
Yo,
fucking Mauser?
that Mauser?
Is that fucking
From Doki
I
Doki
thought you
Panic,
said
otherwise
no.
known as Super Mario Brothers 2.
What does Mauser do? He throws bombs.
True.
And if anyone's all like, but what if you give Bomberman like Bomber Jet or whatever? Who says Mauser can't do that? I don't know. I haven't seen the dude in like 25 years.
He's been training for this exact moment.
Exactly.
Not only that, but I feel like Bomberman would have each of the different bombers as a costume with their own voice sample. So you'd have Yellow Bomber and Black Bomber and Pink Bomber and all of that. I know they all kind of have some personality tweaks as well, but I think you could certainly just have the voice clips and it would be fine. There's, I think Bomberman. It is ridiculous that he is not in Smash Brothers. I know he's an assist trophy, and he is 100% not playable because Sakurai said, I don't know, moveset potential. But he said that about Pac-Man too. And Bomberman is like the classic get together with your friends, like party game, like since the Super Nintendo and the multi-tap, since the Sega Saturn. It's such, it like epitomizes these type of games, which is what Smash Brothers is. So I think Bomberman's a way to represent that. Bomberman's a way to represent Hudson Soft. He's just this classic character. He just fits in aesthetically as, one of the last great kind of, maybe the last great 8-bit mascot. You know what I mean? And I think like there is stuff you could do with his moveset. You could lean into a lot of the side games and other games and, give him stuff that you see in people's movesets all the time. Oh, I'm going to give him Louie or one of his animal friends, which no one would ever do. But we're going to give him Bomber Copter, whatever. I think the way to use him, and, you see this in some of the mods and stuff too, is to just really lean into the bombs and the bomb timing and just a couple of key power-up. So he becomes just kind of this trap character that can also screw himself in classic Bomberman style if you're not careful. But if you lay bomb, he could damage himself and cause himself to lose matches that way.
That's the thing. That's got to be a thing with Bomberman. He's got to be he's got to be vulnerable to his own bombs.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes him fun. Is he's kind of high risk, high reward. Is that if you lay your traps out right, you could do setups that knock somebody out, but if you're just a little bit off, you get knocked out. So I think he just has a lot of potential to be fun more than anything. And I think he's just like, it's a great classic character, and I think that's what Smash is about. Also, Mauser. So, Mauser.
Yeah, well, I will say Bomberman was another character who is on my radar, but just didn't make my list.
He's been like on Smash boards during Brawl to this day. Bomberman has been my icon, so I would have to put him on.
So as for my next one, it's a character who, kind of like Dixie Kong, could be implemented in a few different ways, and one I think is very likely to show up in some form in Smash 6, and that is, there we are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the runaway success Splatoon has been, it could pretty easily justify a second character. The question is what form, and I think the way weapons and such work in Splatoon means that for an Octoling moveset, you could have something distinct if there was the means to do so, or you could have them work as an Inkling Echo Fighter with a couple different weapons with different stats, or just a set of all costumes. It would all depend on what they would be able to do for Smash 6 and what would work best. I actually did a Octoling episode of Challenger Approaching about a year ago, going off on that distinct weapon premise, where they have the same base stats as the Inklings have, but their weapon loadout is completely different, and so it makes them play very different. Like, instead of the default splatter shot, I had their default weapon be the .96 gal that multiple Octoling characters have been shown with in promo art in Splatoon 2 and 3. And so, whereas Inkling's moveset is more mix-up heavy by using speed to kind of confound opponents and come at them with unusual angles and timings, Octoling's a more footsies-based take on the moveset. Wants to space attacks, wants to focus more on power over misdirection, and has some interesting stuff going on. And the question, like, this is a character I think is very likely to show up in Smash 6 somehow. The question is in what form, and it's a question with multiple answers.
Yeah, I think we've talked about Tullinga quite a few times in the Discord, and I think it's always like at most they have to be a semi-clone of some kind. I'm very much on the board that I don't think they really get away with being a full new character entirely.
Yeah,
because they're just too similar to the Inkling.
What I brought up earlier,
shape, size, scope, etc.
Yeah, what I brought up earlier about every weapon needing to be loaded in for a character with multiple weapons. If they change weapons for specials, they just can't be an Echo Fighter. They have to.
Well, it's more that like, my Echo idea being like
Isabel.
Like they use would be like for like their neutral special uses a different type of splatter shot, or their side special is just a different roller, etc.
I'm gonna say I don't really get what you mean there, Slink. Because if they were an Echo Fighter, they'd have the same amount of weapons as the Inkling.
It'd be the same weapon types. It would be just different variants within those types.
It's a case of if you switch the weapon types for any of them, you want to represent the dual splatters or something like that.
Yeah, I did not do that. Like my Echo concept did not do that. It stuck to the same types of weaponry, just different weapons within those categories that have different stats.
Yeah, like the Octobrush instead of the roller, because it does basically the same thing. So
a bit different, but a distinct Octoling newcomer wouldn't be limited by that. Like my design had them pull out the Octobrush for a few aerials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, I mean, did the Inklings use paintbrush already for aerials?
No, and having attacks that have more range and disjoint but worse frame data was one way that moveset leaned more toward footsies over pure speed and mix-ups.
Yeah,
the English use the paintbrush at all in their moveset? Have I just made this
no?
up?
They're only roller type. Their only roller type weapon is the splat roller on their side special.
Huh. Man, I completely. All right, I need to check something there.
Wait, no! Ink brush forward smash. Ink brush forward smash.
I'm gonna say.
I thought so.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Good, cool. I wasn't making that up.
Even
they're kind of a shoo-in.
The Echo semi-clone debate doesn't matter at all. It's just semantics because Ken has more differences than Isabel.
Yeah, I mean, Ken is a semi-clone masquerading as an Echo fighter, so
Yeah.
The only reason he's got the Echo status is because he was the original fighting game Echo fighter.
Yeah.
Moveset-wise, he's pretty much a semi-clone.
Yeah, I mean, moveset wise, I mean that's the thing with Echoes. It's more important is the skeleton and the hitboxes and that sort of thing. Yeah, which is not even the stats necessarily, but it is obviously a bit more than
he's actually faster than Ryu, isn't he?
Yeah, because he's slightly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's because Ryu and Ken can share the same skeleton. That's basically.
Yeah, because Ken's slightly faster to kind of embody how he differs from Ryu in Street Fighter. Ryu's more of a kind of a more patient, more balanced moveset, while Ken's take on the style is more aggressive mix-ups.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But yes, let's go on because we're gonna get distracted.
Do you remember what character's next?
Yes, I know my top 7 order.
Okay.
Completely.
All right.
So
this one's gonna be out of order.
Yeah. Watch this be the one that I fuck up. So in terms of I like fighting games. I love fighting games. And my favorite fighting game series is currently represented in Smash, but it is technically a different IP, so I don't care. I want to do my boy Iori.
Hey, it works.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
King of Fighters proper.
Yeah. I had a lot of ideas for KOF. I thought about Kyo. I thought about K-Dash. I thought about making like a new team. I thought about Team Japan. Because I do think doing a team would be more interesting and indicative of King of Fighters, but it's King of Fighters. They aren't going to justify 3 characters for it. So I just went with Iori because I think that he is the de facto character that works the best in Smash out of the ones that are like popular and important.
I would say, aside from one character, Iori's probably the most iconic King of Fighters character.
Yeah,
like I guess he's the other side of Kyo, but like he's more interesting. So for
Yeah.
Smash, more different.
it also comes down to if you count Terry, because if you do, then yes, he's the most popular. But after
They
that, I would
originate
say it's Iori.
from Fatal Fury. It's
Yeah, I know.
different.
I know. I'm just saying it comes down to if you count it. But
Yeah.
Iori is by far the most popular original character from KOF. He is one of the few characters that is consistently important in the plot, which KOF has an ongoing plot that actually matters. So I like Iori. I think that he translates pretty well, and
Yeah.
he'd be fun.
He almost grabbed the Smash invite. Any of those characters, I feel like that almost grabbed the Smash invite. Or
Except for
couldn't pick any
Andy.
of them.
Andy was not getting
Except
it.
for- I mean, then Geese got the consolation prize and wound up in Tekken 7 instead.
And then Mai ended up in DOA.
Mine was
Right.
already
Shadowlink?
in DOA. Okay, so with Fire Emblem characters, a lot of the discourse around Fire Emblem is extremely toxic. There's a lot of people who keep pushing for characters because they don't use a sword. I see a lot of push for Hector because they have an axe, even though it would probably function identical to Ike's sword.
He'd play just like I.
This is why I push for Hector as an Ike Echo, by the way.
Yep, it works better.
Yeah.
It works better than Zelgius, which is funny.
There are people who push for like lance users. Like I've seen a small push for oh my god, he's
Azura?
Ephraim and Azura, both of them.
Surprisingly little for Dimitri, all things considered.
Dimitri is cursed because they're not Edelgard, and Byleth's already.
The thing is, his actual fan base within Fire Emblem isn't much smaller than Edelgard's.
It's not.
They're just less
They're
fanatical.
Less tribal, I would say. Anyway, so a lot of people want Fire Emblem characters in Smash because they don't use a sword. Now, fuck that. Here's from Fire Emblem Gaiden and Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia, which is the more important version of the character that I would want them to focus on, because so fights extremely different from most other sword fighters in Smash by virtue of Roy being a Marth clone. He still has that element of like refined combat, even if he's a bit rougher. Olm is a complete novice. If you've ever seen the way he holds a sword, bro's got his entire arm sticking out. He's actually in a pretty accurate fencing stance, like more accurate than you usually see in fiction, where he's stanced up like a fencer would, where they hop around or make small steps, but instead of that, he just runs at them, like stanced up like an idiot, and I love that. I love him. He is so charming, and he's probably my favorite main character in Fire Emblem. And the big reason why I like him is because he is this different type of sword fighter. Way different than what else we have, because I love swords. I have a lot of original characters that I make. Every single one of them, aside from like 4, has a sword.
You realize you're putting a target on your back by
yes.
saying this in the Smash community,
Yes.
right?
Yes. The sword is the most versatile weapon in fiction, and I'm tired of people pretending it's not. So
It's not about
yeah.
the sword; it's what you can do with it.
Yeah, it's about what you can do with it.
It's how you
And
use it.
The problem, I think the problem with Fire Emblem in general is that 4 of the 8 Fire Emblem characters are Marth.
Yeah, they're
Just by
sword lord
coincidence.
variations.
Yes. And having more characters that can use their sword differently, like Alm or Lyn, would be cool and nice. And I think as long as they're not a DLC fighter again, we wouldn't see many people complaining about them.
I like Alm as well. I think Alm's a little goofy guy. Although in Smash, I always feel like, because I don't agree with the idea of Hector being an Ike Echo. I think he still has all the same problems that Black Knight does. I think if there's any Fire Emblem Lord that's closest to being an Ike Echo, it's Alm, and that's mainly because his sword is quite bigger, and like you said, he fights quite differently from them. He's like the closest to being almost mercenary-like, other than Ike from all
so
the Lords
the
types,
thing
at least
about-
early on.
The thing about Alm's falchion is that depending on the appearance, that sword changes sizes. It's
I
not
know.
consistent.
It's
not
very
in the
inconsistent.
slightest.
In Awakening and in Heroes, it's like fucking massive.
What
I
was
don't
not-
know why it's so big in Heroes. Because it's
And
based
then-
on the Shadows of Valentia version, which is like a sword. It's a longer sword than a normal sword, but like it's not a fucking great sword. What the hell happened?
But given how inconsistent they are with it, I think you could just do that over the top of it anyway. And I'm pretty sure his Awakening class is mercenary, isn't it? Because I know all the Awakening ones, they have a default
He introduced Dreadfighter to Awakening DLC.
Was it?
Yeah.
Did they give him the Dreadfire class? That's
Yeah.
close enough to me. But yeah, I always think of that. But I like Alm as well. He's a very goofy protagonist.
Yeah, he's a fun character. Bit difficult to argue for him in Smash, but he does have some stuff going for him. He does have some standout abilities. He does gain access to bows in his promoted class, and his legendary alt in Fire Emblem Heroes uses a bow, so you could technically possibly work that into one of his specials. And if you want to get really if you want to be that guy, you could have him use Milla's turn wheel for his down special.
Oh god.
I think there are ways to balance it.
You're just making a counter.
His promoted class also has a shield.
That's true.
Yeah,
It's true.
I'm looking over at you, Link. Why are you right-handed? All right.
All right. Okay,
Manson.
so my character is actually, surprisingly, another character we've already talked about in the last stream. If you want to flash it on screen. I do also have Saki.
Yeah.
I gave him Issa as well as a thing. It's similar to how I did Isaac and Matthew, representing both sides of Golden Sun. I wanted to do the same thing for Saki and have both games shown here. But like, Sin and Punishment is like one of the best looking games on the Nintendo 64, and it's one of my favorite games on the Nintendo 64. Super cool franchise. I want to see more from it. I think Saki's would be a really cool option. I don't know why they cut his assist trophy in Ultimate, even though it was in Smash 4.
That was
But-
kind of weird.
Yeah, he did get a Mii costume though, and Sin and Punishment is consistently a game Nintendo brings back whenever they bring back Nintendo 64 stuff nowadays.
Hey,
Thanks.
Nanten, you just cut
Yeah.
out for the majority of what you just said. Can you
Yeah.
repeat it?
All right.
We're
Basically,
getting some interference.
I was gonna say it
Basically-
came through for me. What the hell?
Sin and Punishment is good, very good. I want to see it more. Saki is like probably my other main retro pick after Takamaru. He has a beam sword, and that is cool as well. Issa I put as the Echo, but you could also have Iron if you just wanted to represent the first game, because they all play the same.
All right.
So yeah, Saki.
Creeks.
Oh, hey.
Yay! We talked about this.
Yeah, here's Mio again. We talked about
Yeah.
Mio last time.
Welsh cat girl supremacy. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Snazzy.
Yeah, Snazzy.
Okay,
Oh,
so
shit.
this one, this one is entirely, once again, I'm old, and I like old games. And I think after Ryu Hayabusa, after Bomberman, the next big NES franchise, very clearly, unless you want to do Final Fantasy, and I did think about Black Mage. very clearly is Contra. I initially wasn't gonna have this, but I was just talking to Huff. He's like, why don't you want to put Contra? And I'm all like, because the moveset is weird. Because it's very hard to think about how this might be a fun challenger approaching challenge for you in the future. It's very hard to. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Full disclosure, I've hardly ever played any of the Contra games, so I'm not in a position where I really could design a good moveset.
They take a couple hours, so it's not a big deal.
There's a new one coming out.
There is.
Yeah, it actually looks good for once.
Yeah, it actually looks like Contra for once.
Yeah, like you. I think my greatest achievement was gaslighting you and Colin to play Rogue Corps on stream.
Yeah. But so anyways, Contra, awesome music, awesome franchise. I think it's a little difficult to translate the feel of the game to a character because especially for the A moves. That's where I'm like, yeah, you give him punches and kicks and stuff, but it's not Contra. So that's what's weird. But I think you would have to. And then I think the way to make it interesting is, first of all, the recovery would be the grappling hook, which is introduced in Contra 4. And I guess the best way to do it is to have you be able to kind of switch your gun to spread shot, to laser, to crash. Probably not to homing. That might be too much. I think those are the three big ones. Maybe flamethrower, if you want to do that. But maybe even your A moves could incorporate your regular gun. But when you use your special, to have it be kind of like how you can travel with Mega Man's A, to really get on the ground. Where once you're running, if you're holding the button and just firing, you can actually have 180 degrees around you to be able to just run and aim.
It'd be tricky to do without it becoming a bit too overpowered of a zoning tool, though.
It would be, yeah. But I think to balance that, what you do is in Contra, you're one hit and you're dead. So you make them like the ultimate glass cannon with like barrages of strong projectiles. But if you break through, they're done. Like, I think that would be how you would have to handle it, which I think is, like, I can't think of a Smash character that's quite like that either.
Mewtwo?
A little bit, but I think to an even more absurd degree. So I think they would be fun to play. Like I said, great music, great, like, stage options. You could have, obviously, we put Bill and Lance as... echoes, but you could do like Probotector as an echo for the all the EU people over there, and just make Bill and Lance palette swaps. Really, any of the Contra characters can more or less do what the others do, so you can get a little creative when it comes to echoes and to costumes. So,
let's add Hungry Beast from Rogue Corps.
Oh man, why do you
it's
remind
the panda.
me of that?
I just want you to know, Spazzy, if I wasn't afraid that my Windows Explorer would pop up on my screen that I'm currently streaming, I have a Probotector icon. I could have just dragged him in.
Oh man, yeah. I think Probotector makes more sense as the Echo, because I feel like Bill and Lance would just be palette swaps.
Yeah, but again, we did it like this just to show off that the alts would be there.
Yeah.
Also, Probotector was announced for the new one. So.
Nice. So glad.
So Octoling wasn't the only recent Nintendo character I included on my list. As we get to the next one, we got someone from an IP in an interesting situation. Astral Chain caught some attention back in 2019. It's got a unique aesthetic. Nintendo doesn't usually do much when it comes to stylish action games, and it's got this unique setup with its futuristic setting and fighting against this apocalyptic force of interdimensional invaders. And it has a very interesting premise to its combat with how you're combining your own sci-fi weaponry with these different Legion entities that you have under your command, and you can direct them to attack independently or combine their attacks with yours. And I think the potential is there for a very interesting take on the puppeteer playstyle that would be very different from Rosalina's. Also, I have a low-key theory that I think with Nintendo fully owning the IP now, Astral Chain 2 might be an early Switch 2 thing. So that would vault this franchise back into relevance again at the right time. Might not necessarily be with the Howard twins as the protagonists, but I think, the whole Legianis setup would be there.
I almost had these guys on my roster, but then I realized I'd like to see them, but not they're not in my top 25 or anything. They're not. I think talked about them enough. To be honest,
I did have them on my roster.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
It's your turn, dude.
Huff,
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi. Me. Hi.
number 6.
I really don't have an intro or anything planned. You can literally just put them up here and we can move on.
Yo, it's Bandana Waddle Dee. Okay,
Yeah.
let's. We
He's a
got
good
another
lad.
repeat now. I'm not going to talk about this character at all. I just want you to take a look at the row. This is the
Nice.
row.
That's the A team.
I might have bullied
The
them into doing
A-team.
this.
No, it wasn't. You did not bully me into doing it. You brought up the idea of it, and I went, okay, that's really funny. Let's do it.
I'm very happy to see Alucard 3 times. So, anyways.
That is why I have full name Albert Wesker here. Anyway, Nanten, it's your turn.
All right. So for this character, now this one is completely out there. I said I had another series where I'd put 2 characters down. This is it. Alongside Saki, I also decided that I wanted to include Achi, who is the
Whoa.
main antagonist of Sin and
Okay, that's a
Punishment
pretty good pick.
/ secondary playable character in the sequel, Sin and Punishment's successors. Actually, is like low-key one of my favorite Nintendo villains of all time. I just think there's something really cool about like her entire scenario in that series and her plan and all this of just basically recreating Earth in its entirety, and then you battle like a clone of Earth in the final boss, and she has the ability to turn people into like kaiju monsters by giving them their blood. And she's just this overly powerful psychic that can control monsters. And then if you also drag stuff from the second game into it, which I think they would, I think you'd have to give her a Sachi ult. She gets a hoverboard, which is pretty neat. She gets a gun and a hoverboard in the sequel, which is awesome. This one is entirely here just for me. This is a deep cut pick on my end, but I want to see more Sin and Punishment because I want to find out how Achi's story kind of continues, because she's defeated in the first game, but then comes back in the second game with amnesia and gets all of her memories back at the end. And her whole thing is about like taking down all of the gods of that. Each god created their own parallel universe and either trying to become one of them or take them all down, purely out of like a weird mix of envy and spite. And so I just want to see more of her. So yeah,
Okay.
I thought, heck, you know what? I put Saki. I'm going to put Achi in this roster as well. We're going for
All
it.
right. Okay, so we skipped this character earlier. However, I was made informed that this is where you have him, Creeks. We also have different versions of the character, and I can tell because you pushed for a certain icon for him.
True.
Anyway, so I'll let you take the reins for this one, and then I'll talk about it later. And there's nothing anybody can do about it because they're different characters.
True. So I guess
Should've called him
I'm a little
Tony.
behind on the. Here we go. Yeah, so this is Tony Redgrave, iconic character. Yeah, no, I feel like there's very little actually that I could say about Dante that hasn't already been said. Popular iconic character, extremely fun personality, very fun gameplay style. There's a lot that you can do with him. I feel like the best way to handle Dante would be to have him have costumes for like different appearances in his games. I feel like the easiest one would be like 5 and 1 or 5 and 3, and then have him have. I feel like it would probably have to be 5 and 1 because of the particle effects. Because I feel like you would give him Rebellion. You would give him Ebony and Ivory. You'd give him a shotgun, the Coyote A, and you would give him his gauntlets. It depends on which game that you're in. It's the you have the Beowulf, the Ifrit, the but there's a lot that you could do with him. I feel like just consolidating him to those 4 things, the things that he has in every game in the series except for 2, where he does not have gauntlets in 2, but there is a lot that you can do with him. Comes with some good music, comes with a lot of stage potential. Really, he shot up in prominence during the Smash Ultimate hype cycle, partially because a lot of people were convinced that Byleth was going to be Dante for whatever reason, because of
he first became popular to talk about because he also got mentioned in a fake leak that got popular.
Yeah, a little while back that had some information.
Hi guys.
At least for everyone here.
Hi guys.
Everyone of us here.
Huge Devil May Cry fan. I may or may not have kickstarted a bunch of Devil May Cry content on this channel that mainly covers Super Smash Brothers. I am partially to blame for all of this.
Nice.
You did get it in the zeitgeist.
If I remember correctly, that whole Byleth thing, before just touching on that real quickly, it started when it was announced that when a date was given for the announcement of the 5th DLC fighter for Fighters Pass 1, and then a couple days later, or it was slightly earlier, I forget which, Devil May Cry's Twitter account said they're going to have an announcement the same day. Yeah. And some people who really only care about hype jumped to conclusions and assumed that had to mean Dante was coming to Smash, because Nintendo would totally let the announcement of a Smash newcomer, something they've always been extremely close to the vest on, be teased by someone else's social media account.
Yeah.
And then so many publications just took this at face value and ran with it as if it was already confirmed, and it felt so irresponsible. And I think part of the reason why Byleth was met with such backlash was because these other companies were trying to claim that it was just going to be this biggest, hypest thing imaginable. And they were going about it the completely wrong way and going off of misinformation that they didn't bother to fact check or think closer about. And it's just... it was a mess.
I said it.
I get what you're saying.
Unprompted, but... real quick.
Yeah.
When that happened, if anybody remotely cared about wanting to stay informed, you should always return to the source. I, during that, was following the announcements for Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition on Nintendo Switch. They basically just announced, freestyle mode, which is style switching weapon wheel. They also announced co-op. These are really small ass announcements. And to think that the next announcement would be, Dante's in Super Smash Brothers, guys. Check him out in another hour when it gets revealed on Nintendo's channel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, that's not. That's what hypebeast culture was doing. That's what it, for anyone in the audience who wasn't there, that's what it was doing in the Smash community. People were only thinking in terms of what would be the biggest, most hype-inducing thing to happen. They had blinders on.
I understand what you're going for, but I also think that Dante has a lot on his own merits.
I do think one big thing that came out of this is if we can just kind of reel this back into actually talking about Dante himself. Is because of this, Dante ended up he's ballooned so much into a popular request for Smash that we ended up getting a Dante Mii costume specifically in the wave that was supposed to be for big popular requested characters that people want to see in the game. So it's obviously Nintendo, at least somewhere, has ear close to the ground and is aware that there's this character is a very popular character, especially a character that it has a lot of popularity that has been growing, not exponentially, but has been growing, a lot over time. Has always been popular in his own right, but ever since DMC5 came out, kind of brought the original DMC games back into the cultural consciousness.
It's one of Capcom's
Yeah.
bigger franchises. I'm looking at it right now. Number 1 is Resident Evil. Number 2 is Monster Hunter. Number 3 is Street Fighter. Number 4 is Mega Man, and number 5, which is I was surprised about. And according to sales data on Capcom.co.jp, that's it.
Did it
And then
switch?
yeah, apparently now Mega Man's up to 41 million.
Bro,
No
that-
idea how.
Battle
I
Network
guess all
Legacy
those
Collection?
collections.
It was
Yeah,
the
I guess
collection.
that
Yeah.
collection.
Yes, the collections. Those collections put in work.
Yep. So and then Devil May Cry, because Devil May Cry used to be right there. It used to be, and then but Monster Hunter having recent massive success, and then Mega Man's collections have pushed it down, but it's still like it's there. Those are like
Yeah, like-
very clearly.
Like, I do
Yeah.
think at this point he's on Nintendo's radar, but at the same time, Capcom has an absolute logjam, and it would be, I don't know, in my skeptical opinion, it would be difficult for him to get in before at least a couple other certain Capcom characters.
Yeah, I think it's
I
first
don't know. I think
pretty-
he's first
pretty
in line.
Close on the running. I don't think he's first
in-
in line.
He's first in line in terms of like overall worldwide appeal. Monster Hunter edges it out because of the huge dedicated Japanese audience, but I think that he's definitely really high up there. There aren't very many characters above him. Like, people bring up Phoenix Wright, even though that series is comparatively
Way smaller.
30% the size of
To be fair, Phoenix is in a weird position. Ace Attorney is like not a series that sells well, but it's a series that has big like recognizability because Phoenix himself is much more popular than his own games.
yeah.
It's sort of like Samus in a way.
Yeah, I think Dante is definitely one of the ones that are like up next on the Capcom side of things. There are obvious
I
like
think he doesn't.
we're having Street Fighter and Mega Man. It's only really going to be Monster Hunter and Resident Evil that outbeat him, and both of those series I feel like have kind of issues in how they should be represented in Smash.
Mhm.
Like I personally feel like Monster Hunter is perfectly represented in Smash currently, as it is an Ultimate. So I think a character could be fun, but I think like they've got with Rathalos and the Mii costumes and stuff already works really well for Monster Hunter. Like at most, I think a stage could be nice. And then Resident Evil, they've got the maturity rating thing of which is a big issue. But I could also see them easily working around it if they really want a Resident Evil character.
Yeah. Ari also has like moveset overlap that could be an issue.
Yeah,
that they
yeah.
need to-
I think the big things in the way of Dante when it comes to Capcom is characters from pre-existing Capcom games. So like I had Zero and Chun-Li. Like I would put them probably in the same sort of area as I would put a Dante. And then if they really wanted to do like, because Monster Hunter's so weird with how they treat that franchise and the team, but I would see a Monster Hunter protagonist beating it out if like the Capcom Monster Hunter team wanted them to do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah.
Anyway,
maybe.
I've diverted the discussion long
Yeah.
enough. Let's get to the next one.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
We're
Where
gonna
are
talk
we?
about
Are we
it
on
later
eight?
anyway. Snazzy, you're up.
Oh,
Oh
sweet.
my
We already
God.
talked about that.
Hey.
The one thing I
No.
am gonna say, really fast is that this is one where Delzethin was saying before that he thinks it's just about the hype. I really don't think so. For me personally, at least, I think for a lot of people maybe, but for me, like I just feel like we've never had a character properly represent the type of gameplay Master Chief would implement, and I think when it comes to things like regenerative shields, maybe having to pay attention to your ammo, and just like the arsenal that Chief has, I think makes him interesting and unique on his own. And then on top of that, there is the fact that he's this big, crossover Microsoft kind of flagship character. But I think he brings enough on his own that I want him in there. And that's just, myself. I like Halo as a series, so.
All right, that's valid. Like, don't get me wrong. Just because I have issue with the
With
whole
you,
hype
that's
beast
some people.
culture, I
Yeah.
don't mean to claim that everyone who supports some of the really super big icon characters is only doing it for the hype. I don't think that. it's just, but it be that, and you know, it's
I
nice,
get what
nice
you're
to know
saying,
that, you know,
and
as you're saying, you know, you're a huge Halo fan, and you know, you think there are some aspects of Chief's gameplay that we haven't seen in Smash before. I think, yeah, that's pretty good. It's specifically the people who are only pushing for characters for hype reasons that I have issue with, and with Master Chief especially, it can get difficult to tell the difference between the people who are really in it because they like the character and who just want spectacle for the sake of spectacle and will resent anything that isn't the biggest hypest inducing reveal possible just for the sake of it. Sorry, I need to get better at differentiating that. It's a work in progress. I'm still trying to be better about practicing what I preach.
Yeah.
Anyway, for my
don't
next
worry.
one, I swear I have no ill intent. I promise.
Yeah.
As for my next character, it's another big recent Nintendo success, but a bit different than one that was previously brought up in the last episode. If you will, there we go. I actually think the trainee has more moveset potential than Drago does. I think between all the different fit skills and the stuff Ring can do, and potentially the ability to like a down special where they like mix a smoothie over time and then chug it for a temporary buff, I think the potential is there. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like say in like a year or so into the Switch 2, Ring Fit Adventure 2 becomes a thing, because the first one was such a surprise success. Its ability to basically make working out fun by incorporating RPG elements in a game with a very tongue-in-cheek manner. That kind of, yeah, we know how silly the premise is. We're just going to make it fun, you know, that kind of thing. And I think the trainee actually does have a lot of potential and can very much stand out next to Wii Fit Trainer.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, I think I've talked a lot about Ring Fit outside of the stream, so I don't really know what else to add. Yeah, they can. There's a bit more they can do that the Wii Fit Trainer can't do. They kind of clash, in my opinion, tonally, but I could easily see if Wii Fit wasn't there, Ring Fit coming in as like a new take on the same sort of concept.
A successor of sorts.
Yeah.
I think Ring Fit Trainee does have stuff going for them that is completely unique. I just think that, like, Wii Fit Trainer's existence kind of makes it less interesting, because, like, there is a good chunk of overlap there, and assuming that, like, it really comes down to what our prospect and what's happening next is, because, like, if we're doing Ultimate 2, I don't see Ring Fit Trainer having a lot to go off of, but, like, let's say that's reboot, it could.
Yeah.
Whereas as personally, I'm as someone who is leaning more toward Smash 6 being a reboot, that wouldn't be as much of a potential issue on my end.
Oh,
Okay, we're getting to final five here, Huff, if you would.
top 5.
You're number 5.
Very ironic that we were talking about speeding this up, and I didn't realize that Delz's character that was going to go before this was this, but it's very funny. So if you just want to click the funny little button,
Is it Drago?
it's
Yeah. On to the next one.
yeah, fun idea, big buff dragon, flex moves, fish bungin. That's kind of it.
All right.
We talked about him last time. If you're curious, go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's valid. Like, it wouldn't be valid. Like, I think it's a valid idea. I just lean more toward the trainee myself.
Yeah, both are valid. Both are
Okay.
valid choices. It just comes down to what you expect next to be. Anyway,
so, I'm gonna keep
like
my
you're up.
promise. Here's Hayabusa. He's daddy. Anyway, Nanten, you're up.
Okay. Alright, they've already had a lot of Metroid characters, but there's still one we haven't had yet.
Oh
Drop
my
him on.
god.
Get him on!
Oh
my
fucking god.
And
I
I kind
was
of
laughing
wish,
when Creeks brought him up earlier.
I kind
It
of
is
wish we
not
could.
dialogue,
I
good job.
kind of wish I had remembered to put an Anthony Echo Fighter. I think it could work.
You're saying what you're saying is you didn't remember.
I didn't
him.
remember him. Nah.
You didn't remember him. For shame.
Adam is again another one of those characters, kind of like N, that I've had on my roster for like eons. When like I was like, Metroid barely has any characters that would actually work unless we pulled from random bounty hunter from Prime 3. And I'm like one of these kind of Adam apologists. I hate what they did to him in Other M because he was such a cool character before Other M. Sort of butchered him, and I'm kind of like,
sorry.
I'm kind of hoping that because it sort of annoys me in Dread how he's barely in that game because of things that happen, so they couldn't really advance anymore with his character in that game, and I'd like to see what they could do, maybe hopefully in the next game. I just sort of want to see them pursue the threads that were left in Metroid Fusion and a little bit in Other M more with Adam, but he's effectively the only other. He's the best opportunity we had, at least prior to Federation Force coming out, at having an actual Federation Marine in Smash and being able to use all of their equipment from both the Prime series and Other M and anything else, any other form of media like the manga and stuff like that. So I just kind of want him. He's just he's a personal pick for me as a Metroid character, and one I would enjoy seeing more than others. I have sort of warmed up to Anthony over the years because it's funny, and he also has like a higher chance of actually coming back. Considering he's actually still alive, unlike Adam, who's now an AI. So
I love it.
Well, I guess if you had more games like the Prime series that take place before Adam bit the big one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
then
they're going to let the Prime devs do anything with the main series lore.
I think they just choose not to, like, actively, like, keep them both separate. I mean, I honestly, I have no idea how it works, and it's just a coincidence that the Prime games have barely ever touched on anything in the main series.
I think it's important for them to have them just be, like, separate things in the same IP, but completely, like, separate. One does not affect the other, vice versa.
Yeah, but I guess, final thought on this is that Adam desperately needs, like, a redemption, because he was a way cooler character before Other M really butchered him. And you like another M remake that makes him a good character.
God damn it, Other M.
Yeah. Ozzy put it best in chat. Prime is basically just like a Gaiden series, a side story series.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Creeks, you said you needed 10 seconds to talk about this character?
Yeah, just probably closer to like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, but it will take a pretty short amount of time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Noah is a character that just, like, he showed up in a game that came out last year, immediately became one of my favorite fictional characters of all time, and I get that some people don't want him in comparison to Mio because he's another character with a big red sword, and we have two Xenoblade characters with a big red sword. But have you considered that A, peak character, B, Virgil install? That is all.
All right,
cool. Snazzy.
My turn. So, I have to ask, what about the dinosaurs?
Tell me about the dinosaurs.
All right, and that's it, man.
Yeah, I gotta scroll down.
Okay, do you have anything more to say, or
no?
Okay. So for me, we're finally getting into the few third-party characters I have on my list, and this is one that I think is definitely worth keeping an eye on. If you would. Yeah. So we talked about Crash extensively last time, but I believe that, what with the merger finally going through, I believe Crash is now the most likely Microsoft rep to show up in Smash 6. I believe he beats out pretty much everyone else in the repertoire, simply because not only has he been requested, he actually has a sizable Japanese fan base. And I think having that worldwide support is a pretty big deal. Sorry to our two Master Chief supporters in here. Maybe there's more than that. We don't know. I personally think he's third on their pecking order right now, behind Crash and the Dragonborn. But hey, I could be wrong, right? I just think Crash has dibs first right now, even if it might take until Smash 6's DLC.
Yeah, I don't want Crash because the fan base is really toxic. Hey,
I agree with everything you said, though, Dale.
Nanten, do you want
Yes.
Anthony as an echo? Because Huff just made it in like a split second.
Yeah, go on. Chuck it on there. Give me the
Alright.
Adam Anthony echo.
Got it. We got him.
Funny.
And now you can remember him.
Yeah.
He was remembered
Oh god.
in memoriam.
1 second. There we go.
There we go.
All right, Huff, what you got for us?
Okay, a very simple one. Hey, what is the most popular Pokemon not currently playable?
What is the most popular Pokemon not
Um,
currently playable?
Depends on
Bulbasaur.
You answer.
depends on how you ask.
Or most well known, I think I should. That's probably.
Bulbasaur.
Eevee?
I'm waiting on something that.
Let's click the button.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is... I do know that one.
Like Smash already pulls from the anime for Pokemon, and I understand people only really give a shit about him from the anime, but like, you can still make a moveset for Meowth. You can do Payday, Fury swipes for an up B, like Sephiroth's up B. Like, he has a lot going for him in terms of moveset potential, and he actually has a personality, is well known, and is just objectively one of the most well-known Pokemon not currently playable. And I just like him.
If you go in like all in on him being based on the anime, he's also technically a villain rep, which would be
Oh,
the
yeah.
first
Yeah.
Pokemon to be that.
And he does appear in
It's true.
games.
Mhm.
He does
Yep,
appear
that's
in
true.
All right. So am I up?
Yep.
Okay. If you've been following along with recent Good Morning Source Gamings, you know where this is going. So,
Oh god.
it's
I have a
time for
very
the
bad
first
feeling about
character
this.
on here that is not on a Nintendo system whatsoever. I've somehow gaslit a non-insignificant portion of people in my friend group into believing that a character from Genshin Impact is an inevitability. However, I don't like any of the characters from Genshin that are like the main characters because I think they're kind of boring. And the more standout characters are one-offs. So instead, I'm going way back to the origin of the company that made that game, MiHoYo. And from their very first game, and for the next few games onwards, they had one main protagonist named Kiana Caslana. She is a gun user and, more recently, a sword user, too. Originally, this is the version that's in Honkai Impact 3rd, and that's not on any console. Don't worry about it, this is my list. So, with Kiana, in Honkai Impact 3rd, she starts as a kind of Bayonetta-like. I'm not even gonna mince words, she has wicked weaves. They're not very subtle about their inspirations. But as soon as her second moveset, she becomes something completely unique. She starts using black holes to pull people in, as well as having the ability to fly after a point. So I imagined her as a character that's kind of zip-zooming around. Originally, I wanted to put in her second-to-last form, which is the Hersher of Flameshan. I don't even know if I said that right. But I realized quickly that that's a big sword user based around fire. And I thought for a moment, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh wait.
So instead,
that's Pyra.
yeah, we have the final form of Kiana in Honkai Impact 3rd as of now, which is the Hersher of Finality, which is a sword user and a gun user at the same time. One gun, one sword. And her gimmick in this form is that the more combo she builds up, once she tops out her meter, she can do a really strong attack. And so that would be interesting to implement. I don't know how you do it because the big thing about the game that she's from is that bigger attacks are meant for crowd control, and this is a potentially one-on-one fighting game. But I love MiHoYo's games. I love Honkai Impact 3rd in particular. And so I decided to subject you all to my brain rot. Okay. Nanten,
Good.
you good to go?
All right. Yeah, so my next character is third party after so long not having one. I think my first one in this stream. So if you want to throw it on that. It's Goemon.
Huh.
Gambari Goemon is
Excellent choice.
one of my favorite. Yes, one of my favorite Nintendo series. He got a Mii costume. I really need them to do something else with that series, even if it's just a collection, like a collection of the Super Nintendo games or the 264 games. Goemon's awesome. I've not to bring up fan like mods and stuff, but that Smash Remix, the mod of Smash 64, does a really good job of implementing Goemon into the game. Like, he's a pretty fun character to use in that, even if it is Smash 64. And yeah, and so I would I want to see Goemon added in. He's definitely not the next Konami rep in line, but I think he'll still keep getting Mii costumes at least.
All I'm gonna say is that, you know, after Alucard and the boys from Contra and Bomberman, it's probably next on my list. I don't know. Maybe he's coded rep. I don't know, but he's up there.
There's a character that you're forgetting, but they'll come up later.
Oh boy. Alright, well, that's all I really have to say on Goemon, so great.
Okay, I don't remember who was fourth. Let's find out.
Let's find out together.
Oh god.
Go! All right.
Hey,
so here's
real quick.
Sans Undertale.
Hey, chat. I was muted for a moment. I want you to know I belted out Sans at the top of my lungs just now. You were spared.
Thank God that wasn't on stream.
All right. Yeah, no, so we talked about a human earlier, but when it comes to, you know, Undertale is one of my favorite games. I love the cast of this game. I think it would be a lot of fun. I think it's probably the most likely indie character. I think it's the first in line, both in terms of like being a big prominent indie that's big in the market right now, and Nintendo like very obviously through the fact that they've heavily marketed Deltarune. Both chapters have gotten onto the Switch that have been out so far. Undertale's Switch port was treated as kind of being a big deal. The Sans Mii costume was obviously very successful and made a big splash. They probably noticed that. And Sans is a pick that, like, you pick him because he's Sans. You don't pick him because, like, he represents Undertale well, because that would probably be, like, Frisk or the human or a human, I guess Huff wants to say. Like, if you wanted to represent Undertale, Frisk or even Papyrus would probably be a better representative for the game itself, its mechanics, and the way that Undertale works. You would add Sans because you want Sans in the video game, and he is such a popular character. He is hilarious. He is a very charming character that is from one of the biggest and most popular games to come out within the past 10 years, basically at this point. And is such a popular and beloved character that he is he is really gained a life of his own outside of just being the guy from Undertale. Would come with incredible music. Would probably come with a fun stage. Has a really fun concept for a moveset being this spawning bones and spawning delayed projectile beams, and being able to just kind of throw people around with gravity magic, and being a extremely lightweight character that is very easy to kill to compensate, but you have to hit him first. He's very mobile. He has a teleport recovery, and I'd imagine he would have a very fast and far traveling dodge. So yeah, no, I think he's fun concept for a character, and a lot likelier than some people probably think he is.
Real quick, Creeks. Are you looking at the YouTube stream? Because I noticed
yes.
you had a delayed reaction there.
Yes, I'm looking at the YouTube stream.
Why?
Funny.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Okay.
delayed like sense.
Yeah, sure. Snazzy, who you got?
Oh, is it my turn already?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going faster.
We're going
Yeah.
faster.
Drop whoever it is, and I'll tell you.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm,
Lloyd!
I'm actually surprised it took this long for him to show up.
Me too. This is another one that is kind of for you guys pick. I do like the Tales of series. I do like Lloyd. Is Lloyd the Tales of character that I would pick myself? Maybe not. I think there's a case to be made for Yuri. I think personally, I think Velvet would be the coolest of the protagonists to add. But Lloyd has a strong connection and history with Nintendo, and he's the one the fans want. I think Tales of is probably Bandai Namco's next, and they've helped develop Smash. I don't think they would stop, but who knows? But I think he's the next obvious. That's the next obvious series to be added. I think Lloyd, as a double weapon user, is a little unique in that regard. He definitely has a lot of special abilities that you can pull from his game. So yeah, he's a popular pick. He's a cool pick. And that's all I got to say. If anyone else wants to talk about
all
Lloyd.
right.
Yeah, I don't really. I feel like Adol has been taking all the Lloyd love this stream.
As it should.
Yeah, I don't really have much strong opinions on Tales of or Lloyd, to be honest.
I haven't played Symphonia. I've only
Yeah.
played Arise.
It's funny because I think outside of the context of Smash, Lloyd would not be picked. It's just because because the Smash fan base zeroes in on things.
Yeah, he was in Super
also-
Smash Flash, and that's all they needed.
To be
Well, I think
fair,
part of
Lloyd
it's
is
also
always
because-
yeah.
I mean, part of it's also because he's got that Lin factor where Tales of Symphonia was so many fans' introduction to the series, and so he
Yeah,
was
but
their
Yuri-
first protagonist. Yuri may
Yuri
outclass
is
him in popularity,
yeah.
but he's not far behind, and he has that kind of situation of being the one so many fans grew up with, and so they're attached to him. And it also helps that he does have unique stuff on his own, since he's a dual wielder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got
I think any
GameCube
Tales
kid
of
buffs.
character. I honestly, it's funny because we talk about anime swordsman, but I think most JRPG characters, pro tags included, have enough to pull from their own series that they could absolutely stand out as unique. But
Yeah, I think RPG characters tend to have extensive movesets and have stuff that can help them stand out. I think, like I said before, like I joked about before, it's not about the sword; it's how you use it. So,
Yep, okay.
Well, that's the
speaking
best
of which-
transition we've ever had.
Yeah, speaking of which,
sword?
although this character has much, much, much more than just a sword, my personal pick for who I believe might be the most likely third-party character in Smash 6, if you would. Yeah, seriously. Monster Hunters become an extremely big deal over the last decade plus, and based on rumors we've heard, almost got into Ultimate. I personally believe that a potential reason Capcom and the Monster Hunter directors backed out of it was because they got cold feet after the debacle that was Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, and reports that the MVCI devs went behind the Monster Hunter directors' backs to do that. So I think they kind of got hesitant and went, maybe not this time.
Real quick,
But I
it
think-
wasn't going behind their backs. It's just that game was made without any oversight whatsoever.
Yeah, that it shows.
Yeah.
feel like we talked about this
But I
last
think
week.
that in the time since, not only have things cooled off a bit in that regard, I think Smash has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they can be trusted to design these guest fighters with respect to their source material. And I think the big roadblock that stopped things in Ultimate simply won't be there now. And with Monster Hunter becoming bigger by the day, and with this massive new game coming in sometime in 2025, we'll see how that affects Smash 6 depending on timing. I think, this is very good timing. And I think not only is Monster Hunter the most likely Capcom character right now, but potentially the most likely guest fighter overall. And there is a ton of moveset potential to work with here. All these different weapon types, different tools like traps and barrel bombs, and you could design the moveset in a way that embodies the feel of playing the Monster Hunter series, where you're more slow and deliberate and focused on reading what your opponent does and punishing their habits with really powerful setups, but also in a way where you can set up traps and kind of push things in your favor in that way. It's almost like a heavyweight that puts emphasis on traps and cerebral thinking in a way. And of course, you got to have a whole bunch of different armor sets as alternate costumes. If it was at all possible, you'd have 8 completely different sets of armor for the alts.
Yeah, as long as they all have the same hitboxes. It's
Oh yeah, they would need to have the same. They need to have the same hurt boxes and stuff. But if at all possible, use as many different distinct designs for the armor as possible, because that's just, it's one of the big appeals of the series. You can't not include that.
Yeah, I think as far as Japanese IP go, the only one that is bigger, that is not in the game, than Monster Hunter is Resident Evil. But I think Monster Hunter is a much more natural addition to Smash Brothers than Resident Evil. So I would think, all things being equal, it would be more likely. And I think Monster Hunter would be a very cool and somewhat likely addition. Like I said, the only thing is, like, I don't know how the devs feel about it, because I feel like there definitely was the opportunity to add it before. So if that's moved on, then I could absolutely see a Monster Hunter character, Monster Hunter, if you will, get in.
Are we good?
Yep.
We gonna move on?
Yep,
All right.
we're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had to move my chair and I didn't want stream to hear it. Huff, you're
It's
up.
me, yeah.
You remember number 3?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I want it to be known, it's not a meme. I'm just a harbinger of this whole worldview.
Oh God.
I'm the reason Adol is popular here.
So you're patient zero.
I'm the problem.
He bought me East
Okay, let's
8.
keep this quick though.
He bought me East 8.
He also convinced me to buy East 8, and I ended up playing almost the rest of the series because of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Great series. I highly recommend it. We can move on.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's time for your lecture. I'm the Source Gaming Devil May Cry guy. It's time for Dante. All right. So this is DMC1 Dante. As I'm sure you can notice, I found it very interesting that the costume was based on Devil May Cry 1 Dante, which is like his least popular design. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that Devil May Cry 1's mechanics transfer pretty well to an interesting fighting game character. Now, as a lead-in, I think anybody who pushes for style switching in Smash Brothers is a complete moron, because there are not enough moves associated with styles to facilitate that, and also you're giving a character 4 different sets of moves. Why? There's no point. Instead,
devs who don't realize how difficult that would be.
Yeah. Instead, so Devil May Cry 1 is based around Dante having 2 weapons. And so, with the sword and gauntlets, I have it set up so that in a hypothetical moveset I wrote with my friend Ozzy, who's been in the chat the whole time yelling at people, we decided that with Dante's normals, the tilts would be sword moves, and the smash attacks would be gauntlet moves, which works really well with how they work in Devil May Cry, because you can charge gauntlet moves anyway. It's a 1-to-1 transition. It works extremely well. Not only that, but there is a mechanic in Devil May Cry 1 called Round Trip. You may know of it because Pyra has it in Super Smash Bros., where Dante throws out his sword, and then he switches to his gauntlet moveset. So, when that occurs, we have it so that the tilts are switched to uncharged versions of the smash attacks, which is actually really efficient. Uncharged, much weaker versions, I must add. And there are also enough moves in the series itself that you can just pull from literally only 1-2 other games. Hi, Bruce. Bruce's theme just started. Anyway, you could just pull from like 1 or 2 other games to give him enough different aerial attacks that are used with gauntlets. And even then, some of his aerials would be using his guns, which he also has. I agree with Creek's pistols and shotgun is the way to go. He has those in every game. And more on that, I wanted to bring this up when he was talking about it, but if you're going to split the costumes between 2 versions of Dante, you would have to do Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 5, because those are the only 2 versions of the character that have fire gauntlets, and elements have properties in Super Smash Bros. You can't give him Devil May Cry 3 Dante because his gauntlets in that game are light-based. Yeah.
I briefly touched on it earlier, but I think we got interrupted.
Yeah. Dante's super cool. He could be a really fun fighter if you don't overcomplicate him. And we'll be publishing that Devil May Cry 1 moveset eventually. You know how it is around here at Source Gaming, especially with me. Particularly with me. Whenever I start a project, it's not done for another year. So yeah, look forward to that in 2027. Nansen, are you there?
So actually, real quick,
Yeah,
before we swap over, there's something I want to ask those of you who put Dante on your lists.
Yeah,
because I see I've seen several movesets for him, and they try to, like, I like how you showed restraint with yours, but I've also seen so many others like try to cram as much into the movesets as possible, and try to make him as armed to the nines as possible. Like it feels like they're just trying to, and they emphasize all this. Okay, he's going to be able to rush people down and come up with all these crazy combos and stuff. But one thing I want to ask you is, what would you have his weaknesses be? Because sometimes I swear, like, with a character this complicated, there's the risk of him becoming too much, kind of, how Smash 4 Bayo ended up.
Yeah.
How would you go about preventing that from happening? And I think that's a very interesting question. It's one I've had to ask a few times with movesets I've made for characters. Like, I had to figure out, how am I going to keep Zero from being broken like he is in MVC? Like a while back, how am I going to keep Zacian from utterly breaking the meta like she does in every Pokemon meta she enters?
So
like, how would you keep Dante in check?
With Dante, I would have him be really light, because he already is in the Devil May Cry games. He's quite light. And also low base damage output. The only strong moves he has are like the really charged smash attacks. So it would be more based on that kind of combo element from Devil May Cry, where you're trying to get in as many hits as possible as you can, and then you have your smash attacks as your dedicated KO moves.
So, that's actually, it's an interesting contrast to Bayo, whose damage output is actually quite good. And so while Dante might have an easier time setting up combos, he would need to make the absolute most out of them just to keep pace, because his damage per hit would just be that bad. It's almost like a Sheik kind of situation. That's an interesting way to go about it. Yeah. Though we need to make sure, like, he couldn't just ladder people off the top of the combos or such.
No, if they give him high time as his up special, I will not play as Dante. Do not do it.
Speaking of specials, just as a quick addendum, because I'm sure there are some people that are wondering how, because obviously me and Slink have 2 different versions of Dante as our main version. I'm sure some people in the chat are wondering what the main differences between our concepts for how he would play are, considering we have him using the same weapon loadouts in both of our movesets. We mentioned style switching earlier. There are 4 styles in DMC. Each of them, like, each of them are associated with pressing a different direction on the D-pad.
Yeah.
For specials, each special corresponds to one of the different styles. So teleport up be like Royal Guard down special, and then
that
move
works.
from Sword Fighter, Gunslinger as neutral and side special.
Yeah, that Gunslinger neutral, Swordmaster side special, Dance Macabre as side special, and like his regular like
or
pistol
Prop Shredder.
guns. No, Prop Shredder doesn't really work on the side special input. And you want the guns on neutral because then you can do Funny Rainstorm in the air like Joker did in Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, and then on the ground you would get two time. It's called two time right now.
Two sometime.
Okay.
Two sometime.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, didn't they change it?
No.
Didn't that used to be something else? Okay. I guess I misremembered. It used to be double time. I don't know where I got that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for kind of thinking that through, because sometimes I swear some of these movesets are like trying to intentionally make him broken. Just I don't know. It just feels irresponsible when I see a fan designer do that.
One of these combo heavy characters at some point do that thing where you get locked into combos when you're bad at a game, you just kind of combo into nothing and people beat on you. I think that would be very fun.
Yeah, I've made 4 Dante movesets, and I'm only really happy with the most recent 2. The one that's on our site right now is called Dream Smasher Dante Special Edition. And that one's a really cohesive moveset that I'm quite happy with. But the ones before that, one of them is the video on this channel. Don't watch it, read the article on the website. And then before that, there was the previous Dream Smasher Dante, which was before Devil May Cry 5, so I gave him every move is a different weapon from the entire series. That moveset is garbage. Don't read that. Read Dream Smasher Dante Special Edition, and eventually Dream Smasher Dante DMC 1 Edition whenever that comes out. Can we get a link to that in chat? I can't open it. I don't have browsers.
I'll go get it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nantan.
Okay. Cool. So my next one's actually a repeat. So we've got too much time on it. But, Cave Story is my favorite game ever. And
really?
I want to have Quote and Curly in Smash as the indie rep, if there was to ever be one. So yeah, we talked about it a lot. I would say that I think Curly could be a pretty fun Echo if you gave her, because they play the same, but she's more associated with like the machine gun. So if she had that, while Quote had the Pole Star. Yeah, like I think like that you can change that up enough to make them different while still playing functionally the same. But yeah, cool. Quote.
All right, Creeks, it's your turn. Do I turn them on, or do you have a lead in?
Yeah. I don't have a lead in. I will say I'm going to be a little bit brief with this one because there's not a whole lot that I need to say, and I'll probably have a lot more to say about my last 2 picks. So we've talked about a lot of we've talked about a lot of different options for the second Sonic character. Everybody say hi to Shadow the Hedgehog, one of my favorite fictional characters of all time. Easy top 5 for me because I am still mentally 12 in many ways, and Shadow is just to me he's an obvious addition because he is a character that works really well as an echo of a character that, in my opinion, is probably not going anywhere, despite like probably not being as easy to get into the game as some people might think he is, because Sega's always on that, they're always on that grind when you're
Cash
ordering
money.
drinks. Yeah, when you're ordering drinks, Sega is filling up the tab because you told them you're paying. But I do think that like Sonic is probably just a mainstay in Smash at this point, and Shadow works pretty well as an echo. You would just need to, change his run animation, maybe give him a couple unique attacks, like maybe his dash attack could be, something involving his skates, or the big one I always see is the, Mewtwo up special for Chaos Control Teleport. There's a lot that you can do with him with his Chaos powers and hover skates that would make him, an interesting, unique fighter, but he kind of doesn't need any of it. It's all a addendum to what he can, already do in most of the games he's in, which is basically just Sonic, but with a bunch of other shit on top of it that he can also do. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's funny. Once Richter got revealed in the August 2018 Smash Direct, I saw and figured, okay, yeah, Ken and Shadow are coming too. And then Ken showed up and Shadow didn't. Well, and then he was still an assist trophy, and I was
Yeah.
actually very surprised.
Yeah.
And
Personally,
I think, yeah, like
yeah, I feel like that is a result of Ken having been in there long before they thought of the idea of Echo Fighter.
Of Echo Spotters, yeah.
Ken was definitely like one of the first ones that they came up with.
Yeah, 'cause,
probably
I mean,
the first one, absolutely.
Ken was probably just in the project. As far as you know, I think we may know this, but it might just be conjecture. Ken was very, like, obviously in the game from a very early point, so he was probably just in the project plan as a unique character before they came up with the
I
idea.
could see. Yeah, I think they might have. They did. I think they might have. I think they might have just put the Echo Fighter title on him later on.
Yeah.
It's definitely conjecture, but we do know. I'm pretty sure that Ken, when he was in the game initially, they put Ken in before the Echo Fighter label was established. I'm pretty sure Ken and maybe Daisy are like the only two characters that were already going to be in the game prior to that point. And then when they came up with Echo Fighters, that's when they added in Dark Samus and.
No, I don't think it was Daisy. I think it was Ken
it
and Richter.
Oh yeah, Richter. I forgot about Richter. Yeah, Daisy might have been there. It's hard to really say. Dark Samus was definitely not in there, and Chrom was definitely the last one that they added.
Yeah, Chrom was
for
definitely
sure.
the last Echo.
Yeah.
He wasn't finished.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I think, no argument here. Shadow is. What was that? Shadow is Shadow is a very good candidate for an Echo Fighter. You know, he's got a lot of fans. It's kind of a shame that his reception has been devolved into just being kind of a edgelord jokes because of how poorly Sega has handled him in several games.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And hopefully they're able to tap into more of why people got attached to him in Sonic Adventure 2, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only Echo third-party Echo I would want more is one that's not going to happen because of rights issues, and that's Miss Pac-Man. Or Miss Pac-Man.
You can't say that. It's Pac-Man now.
Yeah. Who is that?
Sorry, Pac-Man.
The Earth King has invited you to Lake Lao, guy.
All right, Snazzy.
All right, Snazzy.
Actually, wait. Creeks, did
my
you say
turn?
everything that you wanted to about?
Yeah,
Shadow?
no, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm
All
good.
right, Snazzy, your turn.
Okay, so not much of a lead-in except for the fact that I was looking at indie characters and I decided I love indie games in general that I just wanted to have one on my list. So Knight from Hollow Knight.
Another one I'm
there's
surprised. Sorry, I gotta stop doing that. Another one I'm surprised took this long to show up.
Yeah, and what's funny is I know for a fact that nobody has Shovel Knight, which I think is interesting. But I enjoy the Knight better than the Knight with the shovel. This was kind of a personal pick when it came to. It's kind of like I thought of Shovel Knight. I thought of Zagreus from Hades as well. But I'm a big Metroidvania guy, and Hollow Knight is one of my top games from the last several years. So it comes down to essentially that. Now, I mean, as far as I think Hollow Knight has some of the best music, just in general, from a game I've heard in a long time. I love the Hollow Knight soundtrack. It's a soundtrack I listen to a lot. Some of the higher energy stuff for workouts, but mostly a lot of the chill stuff like Hollow Nest stuff for just when I'm working or studying or doing anything like that. So I think the stuff that comes with it is great. I think the music is great. I think you could pick any location I would have a hard time picking out a stage because there's so many different places in Hollow Nest that are cool and iconic to the series, and that would work. You know what I mean?
I think Sorry.
No, go
did
ahead.
you have more
Go
to
ahead.
say? Okay. I think my first.
I'm going to go really fast so that way you can follow up. Is that I think moveset-wise, I think Delzethin, your challenger approaching, I think kind of nailed it. I think the Knight has the perfect mix of abilities that are perfectly recognizable, a gimmick that's possible with focus and soul, and having just a good variety of moves, but not so many that like you feel like you're just shoving stuff in there. Like I feel like he still has a small enough ability set that you can fit everything in there without it feeling bloated. So okay, now you can talk.
Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't have much trouble at all designing a moveset for the Knight way back then. Like, it just works quite well. For the record, I think my pick for this stage would probably be the City of Tears. Just
Yeah.
because it's such a central location in the game and it's got a very distinct visual style. And where is Silk Song? I am. We've gone. I really hope it. I really hope something bad hasn't happened to that game's development. And
I think it'll get there. They're just taking their time.
I hope.
And Hornet,
I-
Hornet 100% would be an assist trophy.
Yeah.
No, I love the car from Fighters Mega Mix.
All right. As for my next one, this one's a repeat. I'll be brief with this one. Come on. There we go. There he is. So we've talked several times about how certain third-party franchises that already have characters in Smash could very well, some of them could very well get a second one. And I think a key example of that is Dr. Eggman being a second Sonic character. As you remember, my Challenger Approaching video from almost 2 years ago was the one that kind of kickstarted the whole put him in an upgraded version of the Sonic Adventure 2 Egg Walker and deck it out with all these different weapons from his various boss fights, because that is 100% something Eggman would do. It kickstarted that whole aspect of Eggman movesets, well, recently anyway, and I think it create this very interesting take on a super heavy and be this interesting contrast to Sonic, because while Sonic is all about freedom and moving around wherever he wants, Eggman's moveset could be designed around control and restricting where opponents can move, which ties into him wanting to, take over the world and such.
Yeah.
We good?
All right, Huff.
Yep.
And also, it'd be a
Alrighty.
chance to finally get more Sonic remixes into the game, because I don't know how we don't have more of those.
We get a
It's true.
second cover of Seven Rings in Hand anyway.
You'll get a. I didn't have a follow up for this one. Hi.
All right,
Yeah.
what's your number 2?
We're so close.
I was gonna give this a lead up, but I think it's better if we just go into it. Hey, Snazzy, remember when I said there was one more NES era character that you forgot? Ironically, also named Bill.
Oh boy.
That's such an interesting beat 'em up rep, right? Like, because
Yeah.
I feel like they're one of the really, the River City Ransom games. There's a couple other games in the genre that predate it, but or are contemporaries with it. But
Yeah.
it got overshadowed so fast once things like Streets of Rage and Final Fight came out.
Yeah, the difference with Double Dragon and Billy and Bimmy and Jimmy is that the progenitor of the genre was Kunio with River City Ransom, whereas
Yep.
Billy and Jimmy, their game Double Dragon, actually was the biggest peak the genre ever saw. And now that Kunio and Double Dragon are effectively the same series, it just kind of became like, hey, which one do I want to lean towards? And I just went with Double Dragon just because the gameplay fits what I would like from a beat 'em up more, which is just a brawler that can pull up an item from the ground for a item toss,
Yeah.
basically.
All things being equal, I think I would actually and this is a choice that wouldn't happen, but I think my classic beat 'em up might be Battletoads, just because I think they're funny and fun.
Fun, true.
And have natural smash attacks. But Double Dragon is it was a big. It has a movie that did that predate the Mario Brothers movie?
Yes,
Or
I
did that come
believe
out?
it was the same year, but slightly earlier.
Yeah, and that movie is terrible, by the way.
It's
is
awful.
absolutely awful.
Also,
It's
it had a
one of
TV
the
show.
worst
That was
movies.
also awful.
The 90s
it's-
video game adaptations. I think, were there any that were actually worth a damn aside from Donkey Kong Country?
Well, that's another topic. So let's.
Honestly, probably no. But yeah, effectively, I feel like River City Ransom versus Double Dragon is actually a valid argument to make for a position like this. I think those are the beat 'em ups that you should represent if you were to pick one, because there are others like Final Fight or Streets of Rage, but these two had the bigger peak or are just objectively more influential. And
So would you move in just the moves from the arcade games, or would you do the ones from the stupid fighting games where they had swords and was based off the cartoon show?
That was based on the
God,
show.
I almost forgot about that.
I forgot it was based on the show. Also, I'm showing
So
my
you're
age
telling
here
me the
because,
Lee brothers are also anime sword fighters?
They are, yeah.
somebody commented on this list when I showed it to somebody, and they were like, "Wow, you have a lot of old characters." I'm like, most of the characters on my list are like characters like 20 years older than me, which is just really funny.
Yeah, I love classics, so I'm not gonna say anything negative about the Lee brothers. I do think their moveset is. I mean, I have to think about the later Double Dragon games because the earlier ones were super simple. It's like headbutts and flying kicks and stuff. So I don't know if you want to expound on.
Also, just something to note. Hey, do you know when the most recent brawler character was like a simple brawler, like a Captain Falcon type? It was
not
a
fighting
Brawler.
game one.
Yeah, not a fighting game one. It was
Okay.
Me Brawler. That was
Yeah,
the most
Me
recent
Brawler.
one.
Okay.
So it's been a while, and I feel like we should just get another.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, like if they ever did like really nice meat fighter costumes.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Also played Double Dragon Gaiden. That game is really good. Came out this year.
I have the Neon, and I never played.
about that.
Great.
Slink.
Play Neon.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, okay, other
Oh, wait.
video game adaptation from the '90s, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was pretty good for its time.
All right, but we
gotta
let's
move
keep
on.
Going. We gotta move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so I disagree with you, Huff. There's one beat 'em up franchise that's bigger. However, I would just like to, real quick. So, this is another character that has had a Dream Smasher that has not been published for over a year. I would like to read off the section that we have at the beginning of every Dream Smasher article, which is importance to Nintendo in the series. We have written down here, had a game on Wii U that did so bad Sega has refused to release any more games on Nintendo. Yeah, that's right. It's time for Joryu from Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. It's time for Kiryu from the Like a Dragon / Yakuza series.
Joy, you can be the Echo.
Don't you mean Dame Dene guy?
Dame.
Dame.
So true. I just want you to know that the placeholder we have for who is Kiryu at the beginning of that article just says Dame Dane guy. So, Kiryu is a beat-em-up character, and that gives him a lot of potential for being a very funny item-based character. And I kind of picture him like Peach or Pac-Man, where they have one move that spawns in a random item, and then it changes his normal combo based on what item that he has. And it wouldn't be like a large selection of items. It would be like the bicycle. You gotta have the bicycle. And like you could give him his the big cone that's in Kamurocho in every game. I don't know why that's there. You can go look for it. It's in every game, almost every game at least. You could give him his he has specific movesets in the game when you get specific weapons like a katana or spear. And I believe he has one for tonfas. But yeah, he's got a lot of potential. And the way that you work around Kiryu here is you make him a character that you have to build up. Like I mentioned with Kiana before, he would have like a sort of meter that you need to charge up, the heat meter, which is a mechanic in all of the games, where you build up heat, and then once you have enough, you activate a stronger mode where Kiryu either does different attacks or has stronger variations of his normals. And for a while, we didn't publish the article because we didn't have any idea of what to do for his recovery. We just gave him a third jump and just called it a day. In Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, they gave him fucking rocket shoes. So I guess we're covered.
Finally.
Finally. The man can
well,
fly
I have.
now. Go ahead.
Well, while I have no direct experience with the Like a Dragon series, I have noticed it's been on the rise lately.
Oh
So I
yeah.
guess that kind of makes it worth keeping an eye on. Though the potential hang up there is that none of these games have shown up on Nintendo systems because the series director at Sega has been a fool. See what I did there?
It's weird.
I've
They keep giving excuses. I'm sorry, I completely missed that.
Get it, been a fool, Baka Mitai. Okay, anyway, yeah.
But yeah, I find it so funny that they say that, you know, Yakuza is like an underground series. We can't bring it to Nintendo. You put it on the fucking Wii U. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't know why none of the games have gotten ports. Maybe it'll happen with the Switch too. I don't know.
I am
That's weird.
familiar with the status of modern ports of the series because I played through all of them last year. The remaster collection is a mess. The PC ports of 0, 6, and beyond are good. I don't think the Kiwami ones are like very good. I'm not sure. But there's definitely issues with at least 3 games in that series catalog. And I don't know if they would want to fix it going forward. Somebody brings up his power level in chat. Yes, that man fights 100 people at once and sidesteps a missile shot from a rocket launcher. So don't worry about it. You know, there are some people who definitely hold themselves back already in Smash. You know, Kiryu's he's a nice guy. You know, unless you piss him off, he'll just play along. He likes a good fight.
Bayonetta rode alongside a aerial missile.
Yeah.
And we have Rosalina and
fine.
We have Rosalina and Palutena, who are actual deities.
And don't forget the true strongest character in Smash, Dr. Mario.
So true. He has a doctorate.
I thought you were going to say Kirby.
Nah,
His
Kirby's like
doctorate-
an actual answer.
His doctorate is fake. Don't believe his lies.
No,
The weight of
that's
his-
what makes him more powerful. He made it up.
The weight of his bills are holding him down. That's why he can't recover. His student debt is still haunting him.
All right.
Anyway,
Nanta.
Anyway, all right. I have no build up for this one. I wanted to have a Rhythm Heaven character, and I've gone over loads over the years. Tibby was like the big push for me because of Rhythm Heaven Megamix, but I've kind of just sort of fallen for the barista as the representative for all the reasons we talked about previously with Rhythm Heaven characters. I think they have the flexibility to use all of the Rhythm Heaven sort of mini games to build up their moveset. Like the barista appears in every Rhythm Heaven game and also has appeared in the WarioWare series. I think size-wise they're fine to Smash. I think they're just probably the best representative of the whole franchise. So yeah, I wanted to have a Rhythm Heaven character in here because I feel like that's one of those few series that probably should be in Smash already in some form, and I think there's just been technical issues in the past about why they didn't make it in. Who knows anymore with the state of that franchise, but if it does get another game, then I would say that they're very likely again. So we'll just have to see. But yeah,
All right. Chris, are you there?
True. Okay, I have a feeling I know which one is
Do you want me to just click it on?
second. Yeah, just go ahead.
50-50 guess.
All right. So this one's a fun one for me. So I mentioned earlier, lots of problems with Resident Evil, and we briefly touched on it. This is not happening. I know it's a really popular request. I know that it's a really iconic character that would work really well and have a really fun moveset. This is probably not happening. We could just
It's
go
Mortal
ahead.
Kombat levels of not happening.
I wouldn't say it's Mortal Kombat levels because this is at least actually in a Smash game already. Like
on top of that, Doom at least releases in Japan.
it has an underground Japanese fan base. There's like a Japanese or like Doom 1993 like modding community. But it's in a way better spot than MK is, but it's still I don't think it's going to happen, but if it did, it would make me extremely happy. So you'll notice I also did the very funny. I did a ranger from Quake Echo. Quake is sort of considered a sister series to Doom by id Software. It's sort of in a weird position, like Doomslayer appears in several of the arena-based Quake games, and there's Quake references in some of the Doom titles. They're kind of connected, like I would say similarly to how like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy are connected and have some characters appearing in both, but it's different versions of them that are like not canon, or for the Slinks in the Call, like Honkai and Genshin are connected. But like I do think if it happened, it would be a lot of fun. So we don't have a character in Smash. Like I know we have the Inkling, but we don't have a real like shooter character in Smash. One moment.
I do think Ranger's a very interesting
Yeah,
echo
so
because
the
it does the
idea
same
that I-
things
Yeah,
with a different flavor.
Yeah, a different flavor. So you would have to have some differences for them. Like for example, I think one of Doomslayer's movesets would need, or one of his moves would need to be the chainsaw. Ranger obviously doesn't have that, so you would just give him something with like the axe, which he would probably also have for any of Doomslayer's moves that would use the arm blade or the crucible. But the idea that I had was like, okay, so like his up special rocket jumping, which is the reason I came up with the idea for the Ranger Echo. I thought it'd be really funny. But then you have like, I imagine, so in all these like boomer shooter type games, your shotgun is almost like always your main weapon. Like in Quake especially, like your shotgun, you don't have like a pistol or anything. You just have a shotgun. And Doomslayer is like so heavily associated with the super shotgun, so I had the idea like, all right, if we want to make him, because I feel like he should be aggressive, he should be fast paced, he should be, heavyweight. I don't know how you would necessarily translate that over to like a character that is a very projectile heavy shooter character. So instead, I made him a rushdown character that just has a like projectile for one or two of his specials. His main weapon, outside of just his, he's got stomps, he's got punches and kicks and grapples that you have, animations inspired by all of his crazy glory kills in the new games. His main gun weapon that he uses for his, aerials and smash attacks and normals that aren't using, punches and kicks is his super shotgun, which would have, be like in a lot of fighting games, you have a short range gunfire blast, and it is like it is a big muzzle flash, and that is the hitbox rather than it being a projectile. And you could maybe set up into that by like maybe one of his only real projectiles that he has is, his side special would be the plasma gun, which could be, the nail gun, which would make it physical for the Ranger, which would give them like interesting different properties because one's an energy, one's physical. But you have like, maybe he's got the plasma gun, he can walk forward and back while he's using it, and then you can like, it'll temporarily stun them, so then you can like use that to set up into I don't know, maybe his back air is a big shotgun blast that has a kill potential, or stuff like that. It becomes this. There's a lot that you can kind of work with a character like this that is inherently really fun to think about and conceptualize. I don't know if there is a whole lot of interest. I'm sure there probably is, but I would be interested in doing a Dream Smasher on this one at some point.
You need to speak to Colin.
I
agree. Like I really like. I do think like I do think this one's more of a long shot. I think he's less likely than Master Chief is, especially because the Doom series is so hard to transfer over into an E10 rated setting like Smash without taking so much of it away, taking away so much of its signature style. Yeah. I also like one other thing, like without going on a tangent, one other thing I keep imagining this timeline I've imagined this timeline a few times where he does get in as a DLC character next game or something, and his smash attacks involve his chainsaw and other really brutal stuff that that are slow but have the ability to insta kill anyone that they hit over 100 hit at if that they hit anyone who already has 100% damage or more. With the drawback that they're not that easy to hit with, but then like it takes all of a week for competitive players to find ways to confirm into them, and then all hell proverbially breaks
that's
loose.
why what I usually do with the chainsaw is I make the chainsaw a down special. That it's sort of like Hatchet Man, where he just like does a big swing with the chainsaw, and the thing there would be it's slow, but it goes through shields because it doesn't matter what an enemy is doing when you hit them with the chainsaw in a modern Doom game. Once you press the chainsaw button on them, you hit them with that animation.
Interesting.
And it's funny because superficially, I feel like Master Chief and Doomslayer seem very similar, but they're actually two different types of shooters. So like you could definitely go different ways with it. And it's also funny because I think when you remove the subject matter from Doom, it seems like a better fit for Smash or easier to implement because Doom has had so many games on Nintendo platforms over the years. One of the official Doom games, Doom 64, was for a while, a Nintendo exclusive. That's essentially the real Doom 3 before Doom 3. And it's like, yeah, just this big classic series. And I would love to see it. Like, I actually really like Doom too.
Dude,
I also think Doom music is so different from everything we have so far, but also super great for a fighting game.
Snazzy, it's not just like, oh, that's the real Doom 3. It literally is now. That's the one in the timeline, not Doom 3.
Doom 3 is still canon, it's just a different guy.
Yeah, it's not the one that actually takes place after 2 and before 4.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's its own Doom game. It's like I feel like a lot of people didn't realize that for a while, like people that aren't actual Doom fans or haven't played the game, but like, yeah, it's its own standalone Doom experience with its, own sprite work and everything, man.
All right.
Anyways, who are you? Is it my turn already?
It's your turn.
Yes, it's you.
Oh, hey, it's very funny the order that this went in because like my list has no order.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's just going.
Let's talk about your next character.
Yes. So this is actually not my
different.
next character. My next character is going to be even more different than that because I think that when you talk about video game history, I know Blizzard has had a rough couple of, like the last 5 years at this point. But Blizzard was such a force in the video game industry for so long, and they actually do have a lot of ties in the 16-bit era with console gaming too, which a lot of people forget with things like the Lost Vikings and Rock and Roll Racing and stuff like that.
That was
I love StarCraft.
Yeah. And well, funny you should say that because I was thinking of also Blackthorn. If you haven't played Blackthorn for the Super Nintendo, not going to go into it. Super great game. But thinking about, I wanted to do Blizzard rep just because I was, a long-time Blizzard fan. It's kind of hard to be that. I'm not really a fan of the company anymore, but I am a fan of their IPs. And once again, this is my list. So I started kind of going over it. And yeah, I settled on Kerrigan because I feel like Overwatch was the biggest thing in the world for a minute, but it was also in a lot of ways a flash in the pan. So really it comes down to the three biggest Blizzard IP is Warcraft, which goes into World of Warcraft, which was literally the biggest game in the world for many years and is still one of the bigger MMOs. So Warcraft, Diablo, which I think is probably out of all of their games the biggest one at the moment, and StarCraft, which is like I don't think certainly people that aren't PC gamers realize just how big StarCraft is. So if I was going to do Warcraft, I was going to do Arthas because, yeah, he's a big, heavy sword guy, but he's also a necromancer that summons undead units and has a giant ice dragon and ice powers, and it's a very unique mix of things. Ultimately, I went with Kerrigan for a couple of reasons. I think StarCraft is, like I said, I think you have to kind of... It's hard to understand if you're not part of that world how big it is. It'll get the entire country of South Korea into Smash Brothers competitively just to have her.
Yo.
Either that or League of Legends would get Korea involved.
That's true. That would be another big one. But yeah, like StarCraft, it's a huge series. I made a joke about pylons earlier. Yeah, Ozzy's noticed. And it wouldn't actually be pylons because it's Zerg. It would be, I guess, hatcheries. But yeah, like the Queen of Blades is like an iconic character. It's cool because it's a female character. She's a female character. She's a villain. She's a clear-cut villain. She's a Western character, so she ticks a lot of boxes. But that's not the reason I like her. I'd want to be in the game. She has a game on a Nintendo system because there's StarCraft 64. So really, everything that you could want, right? But it's because she would be an interesting character. Like, first of all, being from an RTS, I think that you do want some of that resource management. And I don't know exactly, because I haven't thought in depth how to really have this character be put into Smash. But I do think you want a bit of resource gathering where you can do something to fuel your hatchery into other levels and maybe summon different types of Zerg all the way up to the Ultralisk, depending on how well you're able to do that. Maybe a little bit like how Steve does, where he can upgrade his weapons, where one of your specials would be to summon Zerg, and depending on what you do, you can summon more powerful or different Zergs for different situations. But also, she's just a character that she's kind of would be, I feel like, another glass cannon type of characters, where it would be a mix of kind of a rushdown, but she does have all of her blades. In fact, more than rushdown, I think it would actually be, because a lot of what happens in these games is crowd control, right? So I think she would have a lot of things that would stun or be tricky, and then, go and hit you with all of her different blade attacks as well. Looking like, I guess, Delzy talked about weaknesses. So I think being an RTS character, she would have a lot of maybe some sort of cooldowns on her abilities, or have her abilities tied to these resources. So she would be dependent on that. So if you're able to get all of your moves out at once and connect, you can blow somebody away. But if not, you have to play a little bit of keep away, right? Which I think would be different from a lot of what we have. And I think maybe, like I said, low sustained damage, but high kind of burst damage. And yeah, like moves that would have to do with shooting out and impaling people with her blades, and sending them out to grasp people and stun them and things like that. And then also, like I said, summoning the Zerg, and of course Zerg Rush would be her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's gonna be a way that lets you summon a shit ton of Zerglings to mob people with, right?
Yeah.
Zerg Rush Final Smash.
Just to touch on the other character you had here for a bit, the Lich King. I was kind of subtly pushing you towards that direction because I just like him more.
I do, that's the thing, and I like StarCraft, but I'm more of a Warcraft person, and I think Arthas could be cool too, because with Arthas you have this slow moving, slow moving tank with a big sword that's slow, but what would allow him to be competitive, I think, is the fact that he would have these also, much like Kerrigan, be able to summon mooks, summon different sorts of zombies and things like that, all the way up to a giant ice dragon. And he also does have some, like I said, ice abilities too, because that's mixed in with it,
which is something we don't really have much of.
I just think at the end of the day, aesthetically, like Kerrigan is more unique than Arthas. Like, do you know what I mean? That's why I went that way.
Yeah, I up until like the literal last hour, like before I sent this to Slink, you weren't decided between the two.
Yeah, but Ozzy's nailing it. Arthas can do all of that, and it's because he also started as an RTS, hero unit. But the Zerg stuff makes, like, using a bunch of minions works better, I think, with Kerrigan's character than Arthas. Because Arthas, I feel like you want to just go and like, yeah, he'll summon a bunch of spirits up to do stuff for special moves, but it's not like in the same way. And like, yeah, she fits. I feel like she fits a role more that's not in Smash than giant knight dude with a big sword, which we don't exactly have, but we have close enough.
Yeah. All right.
You're up, Dells.
Dells.
Okay, the good news is we can keep things rolling here because this is another repeat for me.
Yo.
Yeah. This one might actually be my single most wanted newcomer who could realistically happen right now. And the fact that I can actually call Geno a realistic possibility is still mind-blowing. I can't believe this remake exists. Yeah, I know he's got some baggage with how crazy his fan base has gotten, but excuse me for a second there. But as someone who played the original Super Mario RPG in the late 90s and how it had it get me into the entire genre, this is still a formative part of my childhood. And I still think this character is really freaking cool, even if he's more about an embodiment of exposition and world building than an actual personality. And I think he's just got all this interesting stuff going on, moveset wise, between his sized up toy munitions and star magic, and being able to incorporate action commands into the kit to do even more interesting stuff. And I mean, the remake even gave him some more material to work with. He's got a new ultimate weapon you can get in the post game. He's involved in two of the trio attacks, and he's just got even more to work with than before. And now's his chance to capitalize on the fact that this whole new audience is familiar with who he is. If Square Enix
his fan base played the game.
Well, I mean, if push comes to shove, he might have a whole new fan base now, I hope. I mean, more people need to play this remake, damn it. And I just hope that Square Enix wouldn't get too stingy with him, because he's more of a secondary character for him. And
I doubt they would. If they approach, they'd probably be like, yeah, fuck it, take it.
I really hope it was feasible for Nintendo to just quietly acquire the rights to Geno and Mallow so they could just use him in their own spin-offs. I think people would like them, you know?
All right. Now we've talked about Geno for 25 minutes.
The fact that they got the costume means that it's not too hard. So yeah, we're almost done.
Let's go. Huff,
all right.
You're up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've already talked about this goober before, so... yeah, it's Travis. Of course it's Travis. Most of the time, Travis is my Discord profile picture.
Yeah. All right. We've also talked about my number one before. Takamaru.
Nice.
I just
two big
recap.
Takamaru supporters in here.
Just
what
to
are the
recap.
odds?
Yeah, we're brothers in arms.
Hi.
Hi. So
Could
just
have
to
been
recap.
Halmaru.
Just to recap. Blank Slate. So much to work with just a base concept, and he'd also be a great way to reintroduce an old character and just like evolve the design as if he had been continually receiving games, which they did. And if you take a look at the Samurai Warriors design, you will notice something if you are a Legend of Zelda fan. That's right, this design was made by the Zelda artist, Yusuke Nakano.
Ah.
You can tell because of the way the face is.
Oh, damn.
He's in the credits for Samurai Warriors 3. But yeah,
I
I've
didn't know
always
I
loved this
would
design.
want Takamaru to have a... I like this design. I would kind of like a slightly different design. I think I've always preferred his Captain Rainbow design, personally.
I've
I
always
like,
liked the Samurai Warriors design on paper, but I just don't like the model for it, unfortunately.
I
Yeah,
might be
I noticed,
the model.
I think my favorite take on him is his assist trophy model, which is interesting because I think that one's also very clearly Zelda inspired. It feels kind of reminiscent of Skyward Sword in some ways,
It's pretty
which is
possible.
funny considering the mysterious Murasame Castle was kind of a sister game to the original
Yeah.
Legend of Zelda, and I believe they were built on the same framework, right?
Same framework.
Yep.
I believe a lot of the same team.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
it
very
is a lot of
fitting
the
that his
same
assist
thing.
trophy design is in the Zelda style.
Yeah, it's very likely that Yusuke Nakano was involved in that, because if you're familiar with Ultimate, you know that man drew every single character on the Smash mural.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That felt more like A Link Between Worlds than Twilight Princess.
We
Yeah,
were
he
so
also
close.
did
with
those-
that
Was he
Mars.
A Link Between Worlds
He was
artist?
A Link Between Worlds and Twilight Princess, Ocarina of
Ah.
Time, Majora's Mask, Wind
Wow.
Waker.
Oh.
He only stepped down for Skyward Sword and the
That
new open world games.
Wow.
He's
That
involved
is-
with everything else. I believe he's also the
That
artist for the
is-
Link's Awakening remake.
That is such a
Could be.
wide range of art styles.
The man is super talented. I miss
Wow.
him. I miss him so much.
Okay. So,
Alright. Nansen.
for my one, I want to just a slight build up into it, because it won't be very long. Because like some of my earlier picks from the other stream, like Bandana D, Waluigi stuff, and I like a lot of similar for Spazzies as well. I've been, having some picks on my roster that trying to appeal to the fans, trying to appeal to people who have made these long time requests. Because I think they'd be good to get in and make people happy. And so this is why I've picked my last pick, if you would please. Yes, I do indeed want Goku on the roster.
There's no other layer. I would like you to know that he's serious. He's doubling down.
This is it. Goku, he's famous. He's got his staff he can use. I've not played Yuki, so maybe he fires beams as well. He has his cloud so he can fly. I think, yeah, excellent choice, top tier choice.
Hey, can you zoom in on the icon?
Get it,
Yeah,
get
it's
it,
a
get it in.
Zoom in on
real
the icon?
monkey's
Zoom
paw,
in?
if you
Zoom in?
will.
He heard you were pretty strong.
I didn't even notice. I've had this up on my other screen for ages, and I didn't even notice.
I love that this bit is continuing. For about the last 12 years, I have known about the existence of Goku from the Nintendo game Yuyuki. I have yet to ever hear a single person ever say anything about this character other than making jokes about the other Goku.
Hey, guess what? The bit's continuing.
The bit is continued.
Let's
It's
go.
continuing.
Yeah?
Yeah, do it.
Please don't.
Do it.
Okay.
Aw.
Okay. Yeah, I figured this was what was coming up.
Yeah.
Right.
So anybody who knows me knows that this is not shocking at all. My most wanted character for Smash has kind of flip-flopped between literally anything or anyone from Dark Souls because I want it, and Doomslayer just because it mix between. I think they would be Doomslayer would be really fun to play, and genre that we don't have yet. Kingmaker for that genre. All that stuff. Souls is probably not the likeliest Namco Bandai character for the next inclusion. However, it is a really big new franchise within the past, it's been going since 2009. Dark Souls, which is what more people are familiar with than Demon Souls and, the whole Souls series in general, has been going since 2011. It did not invent concepts like the corpse run, going to where you died in a video game to get your shit back. It did not invent, checkpoints that respawn the things in an area when you use them. It did not invent backtracking to previous areas by opening up shortcuts that make
Metroid.
the interconnected world design, flow together. However, it has popularized those three things in a lot of big modern gaming spheres to the point that people keep comparing everything to this franchise even when it does not make sense to.
Yeah, sometimes it makes sense. Like Hollow Knight definitely channels
sure.
Dark Souls in some ways in its map design. In
Oh,
its
yeah,
vibes.
not
the premise of
yeah.
something very tragic happened here. It's up to you to put together the pieces to learn what it is and
Absolutely,
stop whatever lingering threat remains.
Oh yeah, that's
But
another.
yeah, there are other
big thing
is
that,
this Dark Souls has become a meme for
another
reason.
big thing people have started to associate with Souls that did not invent but definitely helped popularize in recent years. The use of non-traditional optional storytelling and using lore notes and item descriptions to tell the story of your game world. But yeah, no, like, so Dark Souls is like the Souls series in general is my
Metroid
favorite
Prime
game
did
franchise
that
of all time.
first.
My top 3 favorite games are
yes,
Dark
I love
Souls 3,
those.
Bloodborne, Elden Ring in that order.
Hmm.
Like, I before I ever worked for Source Gaming, I did the Dark Souls all content episode script for Source Gaming, and I did a decent chunk of the like assets. Like I photoshopped the different alts for that episode. I think the alt
Hey!
potential here is really good, by the way.
Hey, that was
Yeah.
me.
Was that? No, I'm pretty sure I gave you at least one of them.
You gave
I
me
remember
some
specifically-
base stuff, and I had to go searching for other ones because it didn't work.
Did they not work? Unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah. You
I
also
remember
got
I made assets
Nan-
for them. I guess they just didn't get used.
you got Nantan to say the phrase "certified bangers" playlist there.
Rude. Yeah, no, like, so I think I've talked a few times in my picks alone, with Dragonborn and Black Knight about just the idea of I love characters that have that are sword mages. I love characters that have heavyweight characters with big armor that are also weapon users, because we don't really have a whole lot of those. And Chosen Undead gives me both of those in a way that I think would be a lot of fun to just play as. The moveset in that old all content is no longer, like I mentioned, I might be interested in at some point doing a Dream Smasher for Doomslayer. I absolutely do intend at some point on doing a Dream Slasher for Chosen Undead. I think there's a lot that you could do with them that would be really fun, because they have I think if you're gonna pull an arsenal character, like a lot of people want to do with a character like Dante or a character like Link, I think there are 2 characters that are really good fits for that. I think there's Monster Hunter, which is way more likely, and I think there's Chosen Undead, because when you have characters like this that are like these creative characters that have access to all this crazy stuff, you can really just kind of go ham with what you're giving them. And there's so much fun stuff that you have all these crazy spells. You've got pyromancies, incantations. You've got the Moonlight Greatsword is like a big thing. Multiple different classes of weapons that you can work with. And their big thing also is just being resource based. Like whatever you would give them, I think most people that have talked about the concept of this have agreed that there's a lot of interesting gimmick mechanics that you could assign to them that have to do with resources. My big one that I always gravitate towards is the Estus Flask, like getting a Smash character that has the ability to heal themselves, which is very rare in this series and a very difficult thing to balance around at the expense of, obviously, like the Souls games being very weighty, a very slow character that is very intentional in their movement and attacks, because while they do have a little bit of poise, they have a little bit of armor on them. You wouldn't be able to just throw out things when you're playing as a Dark Souls character in a game like Smash, because part of that design in those original games is if you just start throwing stuff out, you'll get punished because you can't cancel most of your moves until a certain way into the animation. So I think making them like a really fun bait and punish heavyweight with some neat, crazy stuff that they can pull out for their specials would be a lot of fun in that regard.
I had a joke I was going to make, but I forgot it.
Mood.
Nice.
do that.
Snazzy. Are you done, actually, Creeks?
Yeah, I think that's everything.
Okay, Snazzy, what's your number 1?
It's so funny because this is not my number 1, but it is my number 1 because it's my number 1. And I like to call this pick not Crash Bandicoot.
Good answer. Good answer.
It's because originally I was toying with the idea of Crash, and it was mostly due to the fan demand. But I was talking to Huff, and I'm all like, you know what? Like, push comes to shove, this is my list, and I think Spyro is just a much more interesting character if you're going for an Activision like platforming mascot. Like I understand Crash is a bigger IP. I understand Crash is bigger in Japan than Spyro. I understand he has a bigger fan base, but I think like he's a cool purple dragon, you know? We already have evil purple dragon. Now we have good, purple dragon.
You just want
and he just has-
I mean, Yoshi's
Smash.
got a purple all, doesn't he?
It's true, but you know,
Yeah, he's the neutral
happy.
purple dragon.
He's a neutral dragon.
Neutral.
We need to complete the set. I just think overall, like I think that Spyro, he has a fun cartoony look. There's fun music, and like his abilities, I think, are more interesting to me than what Crash can do. Now, I understand, and that's not like it's funny because I'm pitting him directly against Crash, but that's just because they're, like Activision platformers, so it's natural to compare them. And I do think you can make an interesting moveset out of Crash, but I think you're spreading it a little bit more when there's just more to pull from for Spyro. There's different dragon magic, there's different breath attacks, there's things that you can do that I think would really make Spyro stand out more. So yeah, I think he's just a funny little dragon guy, and I want to play as him in Smash Brothers.
See the Figment fan in you coming out.
I am a big Figment fan. It's the closest I'm gonna get, man.
All right. So
Okay.
last character.
So, all these characters we've talked about, there's actually something that's kind of missing. We haven't said anything about any Mii fighters or potential new Mii fighter types. And if that's the direction Smash 6 decides to go in, there's one that stands out much more than the others. And that is a magic user. A Mii mage, Mii spellcaster, Mii sorcerer, what have you. But I think the potential is there for a magic-based Mii fighter to kind of slot in as the fourth create a character of sorts for the Smash roster. And I think what I would do is I would design the character more around stage control, lockdown versus the more zoning based bend of the Mii gunner and to an extent Mii sword fighter with all those projectiles. And to a character who is always thinking a step ahead, trying to cut off where opponents can go, force them into unfavorable situations, and pulling the rug out from under them, so to speak. And I think their specials could be grouped into three different categories. One would be based around, classic fantasy elemental spells, fire, ice, lightning, what have you. A second set could be based around space-time manipulation, gravity magic, teleportation, the whole 9 yards. But the third would be based around stage magic props, essentially, like, maybe a special where they throw a card that does some kind of tricky movement, or one where they pull out a top hat and a rabbit runs out of it and goes forward, or their up special where they a teleport type recovery where they just disappear, they just poof away and then reappear in a puff of smoke a distance away. I think it could be really fun, and you could have all these different types of magic users that never fit that well on the other Mii fighter types that could fit this one better.
One thing I like about this is, first of all, I'm going to say that a lot of people are even saying it, somebody I even saw it in the chat, that you could also do a sports-based one, which I think would be interesting and kind of fun.
Oh yeah, like a Mii athlete would be the other type I think I would do, and like if they did do a Mii athlete, I think they'd have Matt be the poster designed for that.
Excuse me, Mii flower from Miitopia.
So true.
It's clearly the choice.
What I like about this choice, Delzethin, is that I kind of hate how any of the magic-based costumes we have go with the gunner, because I don't think that works. I think it would be a lot cooler to have, like I said in chat, like you could get like a black mage or a VV costume and it would be perfect for this character. Like you don't need,
or you could move the Aerith one onto this.
Ashley is
Yeah.
Or Ashley,
No, Ashley's a sword fighter.
Ashley's a sword fighter.
She hits with a cane.
with a staff.
Staff.
Or
Veronica's also a magic user that fights with a staff as a Mii costume.
Yeah, like it would be cool to be able to put your magic fighters, instead of putting them on gunner or sword fighter or brawler, to put them on an actual magic using slot. So, and I'm somebody that actually likes and occasionally uses Mii fighters, so I think it's cool. I think it's cool.
Yeah, like I think they got a purpose, and I think expanding on that a little would be something they could do.
Yeah, I do
Like, for
think
the record, I think
Oops.
Like for the record, I think like if they made signature colors, like you know how Brawler has red, Sword Fighter has blue, and Gunner went from orange in Smash 4 to yellow in Ultimate, I'd give the Mii Spellcaster purple, and then if Mii Athlete was also a thing, they'd get green.
Yeah, I do think the Mii Mage is better than the Mii Athlete. I feel like now with Nintendo Switch Sports, we're more likely to get like the Playmates or whatever they're called as like a
Sportsmate?
character. Yeah.
Yes, sports.
And the fact that the sports mates didn't show up on anyone's list,
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
show how
terrifying.
mixed the reception toward them has been.
Yeah, but I feel like they're more likely to get any sports related stuff. Whereas Magic is like certainly a thing that we get Mii costumes for a lot, and there's like no real Magic attacks when they could very easily just take them from stuff like Zelda and
And it goes to show, and
stuff.
as you can kind of tell by this point, I'm kind of a sucker for Magic users and elemental powers. I mean, just look at the number of mages I have on my list. One, Rauru, Meowscarada, Crystal, technically Isaac, Gino, and now the Mii Mage. Like, it's just, I don't know, I get a kick out of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know who else is magic? Spyro the Dragon.
True.
And trust me, I showed restraint with my list. Okay.
I put Goku on my list.
And hey, my concept for Shez has magic for one of their specials too.
You can have a meme mage costume with Spyro's decapitated head.
Hell yeah.
I said this in
God.
DMs, but like, you said that you were holding restraint, and I my response to that was like, you don't need to if you don't want to. I have a F-Zero character unironically.
I just figured it would be kind of if I went full brain rot, it'd just lead to people rolling their eyes.
Yeah, I feel like some brain rot is
Like, I mean, like, you know,
like a good middle ground.
Some
like,
brain
like, you know, like, you
intensity.
used to see some of the crazier stuff I've come up with. Like,
Yeah.
you saw, like, you know, some of the Pokemon I've pushed for before, but like, you know, someone mentioned how ice is a rare element. I had a half-built Alolan Ninetales moveset at one point that had some really interesting ideas involving like gathering, generating clouds of mist that you could then absorb to power Aurora Veil as a down special for temporary damage reduction.
I want you to know I had the same concept for a different character, and I'm trying to remember who it was.
It wasn't
I
Forsburn,
think
was it?
I think
No,
looking at
it was for
rosters here-
it was for oh god, I don't.
Yeah, or then like honestly, like if you want to see me really go all out, you should see my Absol moveset design.
Oh,
Like,
I
I got
actually think it was Rillaboom with grassy terrain.
Yeah, I got my own take on that in a previous Challenger Approaching episode. If you want to, like, you should see some of my more out there Pokemon designs. Like, I had an Absol neutral special called Forewarn, where you could predict one of a few different weather-based attacks that would then happen a few seconds later. And the fact that I just stunned everyone into silence is why I didn't go full brain rot.
Yeah. Like I said,
I'm just thinking we should wrap this up now.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to
Yeah,
interrupt
yeah.
anybody.
It's 4:30.
We've been going at this
just
for a
hit
while.
4:30.
Yeah, let's. I think that's time
Yeah,
to call
let's
it.
wrap it up.
This was fun though.
So
this is our first 9-hour roster stream. I hope you all enjoyed.
Look,
Maybe we
all
should
I'm saying
have
is
some
we
of
could have
this.
extended it more if we talked about Takamaru like an extra hour.
Yeah, let's not do one of this size again.
Yeah,
I think
we
having
might
more
have
than
learned
4
our lessons
people
with this one.
is a problem.
It
Or
was
the-
good for charity.
It was worth it. We did raise money for charity. It was worth it.
So if you
Or a
listen
good
to this,
cause.
if you listen to both, you can get through your entire shift from work and maybe your drive.
Yeah.
True.
On the other hand, the fact that it really kind of flew by goes to show just how fun talking about this stuff can be, as long as you can keep it from getting toxic.
As long as
Yep,
we're
yep.
passionate about it, we like what we're talking about. Like it's good. Like it's fun. Time just flies.
We need to post these to see which one of them is empirically the best. By
You
fan
can't.
vote.
Empirically the best.
Polls only have 4 options. We can't.
No,
But we will post them on social media.
Yeah,
anyway,
we'll
for
still
people to
post
have a
the
look at.
graphic. There just
Yeah.
won't be a poll this time. You know, if
Yeah.
you want to comment and tell us which one you like the most, that'd be great. We love comments. It helps us a lot.
Yeah.
And on that note, oh my god, it's time to put up the end screen. Thank you to all of our patrons on Patreon. If you would like to join them, you can check out our Patreon in the description. Helps us make content, and oh my god, I'm free, so I'm going to be making more content soon. Look forward to that. Hope you all enjoyed the stream, and hope you enjoy the next roster stream in January. Alright. Always remember to return to the source, and have a nice night.
Bye, guys. Oh, we were so close to Takamaru sweep. Next time.
Next time.
I thought about doing Haomaru just to fuck with y'all.